Yay! Okay. All that stuff actually played off the way I was hoping. Nice. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the 2024 Leo Lovelace Anime Awards. The 7th year in a row that I've done these awards in mid-February. Crazy. Talk about dedication, right? I just love anime so much. I just can't help myself. I don't know if anybody here likes numbers. I timed myself for every single part of work that I did on this. The script writing, the editing, the presentation making, the nominee picking, the winner picking. It took me 136 hours to do everything for this stream, which is pretty crazy. 136 hours for a 4-hour stream. So hopefully you guys like it. We got 30 categories as usual, 30 nominees, and plenty of good anime to talk about. I'm trying something a little different with how I'm like playing the videos and doing the presentation, so hopefully it goes smoothly, but we'll see. Anyways, hello everyone. Welcome. Hello Neko, Nivi, Oblivion, Tim, Cashew, Frost. Any lurkers? Any names I missed? Welcome. Yeah. I was supposed to do this yesterday, had to delay it to today because I was getting very perfectionist about a couple things, couldn't quite finish some things I wanted, so I figured the day delay was better than streaming something I wasn't fully happy with. But we're good. I have everything done. We got a lot of awards to go through. I trust in the Leo Awards. I'm glad to hear that, Neko. That is from an esteemed anime watcher such as yourself. That means a lot. I like how my tracking just stopped when I took a drink. All right. So the format is going to be the same if you guys watched either of my past couple years streaming it. I'm just going to go through the 30 categories in the same order. I'm going to show what won in the previous years, and then you get to see the nominees and the winner for this year. And then, you can chat about it. Have a good time reflecting on the best anime. If you haven't seen the previous Leo Awards, I did make a website, leoawards.net, which hosts the archive of every single award I've done, every nominee, every winner, the Hall of Fame, every breakdown for all the rules, any of that stuff. But I'm also just gonna flash the nominees on the screen too, so. Looking forward for Girl Band Cry Sweep. I bet he's gonna favor. I'm surprised somebody actually knows that show other than me and one of my friends. I assume that's because Bang Dream did very well at last year's award and it's another girl band anime. I like the way you think, Neko. I can finally learn what an anime is. I'm here for you, Tim. I got you. Unfortunately, I didn't get that Outlaw Star thing in, but maybe next year. Looking forward to the Sakuna sweep. Toge sweep. There we go. There's some Girls Band Cry. Unfortunately, Girls Band Cry is not eligible for Best Action. Believe it or not. There is some action if you count yelling at each other every once in a while, but action in the sense of what I consider for this award, it was not eligible. Hello, Jack. Welcome to the stream. And also, hello, Josh. Welcome. So these were the winners for the past 6 years of the Action Award. Attack on Titan, Mob Psycho, Fate Babylonia. I will push the Fate anime every single chance I get. Jujutsu Kaisen, Cyberpunk Edgerunners, and Gundam, which is a pretty good variety. Also, as a reminder for people who are not familiar with my awards, there are certain categories that I don't let anime get repeat wins in. Genre awards are one of them. So if an anime wins a genre award, it cannot win it again. Hence why, you see Attack on Titan, Mob Psycho, Jujutsu Kaisen, those all had sequels, but because they won it already, they can't win it again. Just to keep things fair, keep things fresh. But that's only certain categories. Genre, they can't. Other categories, they can. Anyway, these are the previous winners. Story didn't live up to my expectations. Oh, for Gundam Witch? The ending of the second season, I think could have been a little different, and I would have liked that a little more. I didn't hate it. I do think the story in like the first season and the first half of the second season was better than the second half of the second season. Still need to watch Witcher Mercury. It is good. I would definitely recommend it, Frost. That was my first Gundam, actually. Nina had plenty of action sequences. Nina is fond of the action. Hello, Argoth. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I think you'll be pleased to see a certain nominee in this one. Excited for Gundam Quacks? I need to check it out. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's related to other Gundam, like if it relies on knowledge of a different series before watching it. I don't know if you know. If it doesn't, I'll definitely watch it. But if there's another Gundam that I should watch first, then we'll see. But it is on my list. Also, how's the background, like, BGM? Is it too loud? Because I switched all of my songs, and I kept, like, the bar in OBS at the same level, but I didn't, like, adjust it, so I don't know if it's too loud. This one does, but you don't need it. Alternate timeline, okay. Sounds good. Balancing is good. I think it's fine. Okay, nice. Unanimous, I think it's fine. Nice. That's a relief. Is that how you say it? Yeah, it's pronounced as Quacks. I don't know why they wrote it like that, but... When's the Fate Awards when you hand out awards to the best Fate waifu? Great question. I could do a Fate Award, couldn't I? Best for every class, best for every rarity. That's an idea right there. I like that. All right. I'm going to think about Fate Awards while you guys can check out the first category. So here are the nominees and winner for Best Action. Dan. Kaiju number 8. Solo Leveling. Shangri-La Frontier. Sword Art Online Alternative. Undead Unluck. And the winner of Best Action is Shangri-La Frontier. If the idea of watching a group of friends and skilled gamers play a fantasy RPG MMO together while discovering everything the game has to offer is appealing, then boy do I have good news for you. Shangri-La Frontier is all of that and more. From the moment that Sunraku enters SLF and until the final credits roll, this series is non-stop good vibes and pure fun. I really liked how gamey they made the anime feel. Throughout all the questing and exploring, they're strategizing before bosses, using deaths as a way to learn boss patterns, finding ways to cheese fights, engaging in a mix of PvE and PvP scenarios, and getting engrossed in the lore of the game. It really felt like I was watching a group of friends genuinely play a game together, so much so that watching Shangri-La Frontier made me want to play an MMO with friends and experience something similar. It really shows off just how fun games can be, especially with friends, and when you mix those good vibes with the memorable fights and entertaining cast, you've got the recipe for a great action anime. Shangri-La Frontier was a really pleasant surprise that stuck with me all year, and if you like RPGs or MMOs at all, I think you'll have a lot of fun with SLF too. It's an absolute blast. There you have it. Shangri-La Frontier takes the first award for Best Action, which I'm gonna be honest. I put off watching Shangri-La Frontier for months because I thought the main character's design, where he has this bird head, was really stupid. And I just didn't watch it because I thought the design was stupid. Then I found out it's just a mask. He wears it because he thinks it's like funny for his character. And I was like, okay, I can get behind that. Like, I play games. I understand equipping funny things to your character. It's fine. And then the rest of the show was really good. So I'm glad I actually watched it. But yes, I highly recommend it. I just realized I didn't put the award music, the background music back on. Oops. Yeah, if you like action anime, if you like MMO stuff, I definitely recommend it. I have mentioned in the past that I watched an anime that made me actually want to, like, play an MMO, and this is the one. This is the one that I was like, that looks so fun, playing with your friends and doing this. I want to do that. Also, hello to the new people who came in during that. Backstrap Man, Otaku News. Hello, welcome. Armando as well, welcome. And also Judson, I saw you pop in. Hello, welcome. This is awesome. I can tell this is a lot of work to put together. It is a passion project. Yep. A lot of work. I'm sold. I need to watch this. Had the OP in the playlist for a minute. It's good. It's good. You guys need to watch it and then tell me how it is. But yes, Backstrap Man with his it's like SAO without the stakes. Good comparison. There's no like if you die in the game, you die in real life. There's no like crazy drama. There's like it's just good vibes, good fun. People playing a game together and enjoying it. That's fair. It's why I never read the manga. Great minds think alike, huh? But yeah, the fight that this picture I took for the like commemorative image for, it's so good. This is also one of the only times in like a huge pet peeve of me for anime is if a fight takes more than one episode to finish, I hate it. I'm like, if you're gonna start a fight, finish it in the same episode. I don't want any of this. I watch an episode and then it goes for like 6 episodes straight. Shangri-La Frontier had a fight that was multiple episodes that I actually was like really into. So like it broke that thing that I hate. I was super excited for each episode. Yeah, great action anime. And the first award of the night. Animation is super good, especially the fights. I totally agree, yeah. I haven't started the 2nd season yet. I know it's currently airing. But I'm excited to do that. I disagree with your anime fight politics. Yeah, to each their own. I mean, I know that's like very classic in a lot of the older shonen too. Which is another reason that I just kind of never really got around to watching them. So binging is great, don't have to worry about stuff being cut up. True, and you can skip over any recaps. 2nd season's been awesome so far. That's good to hear. I'm hoping that they're in it for the long haul and it will just become a series that they get a new season every year or two. I think they announced season 2 right after season 1 ended. So hopefully they do the same for 3. I hope Cowboy Bebop wins greatest anime ever of all time. I should probably have some type of like legacy award. I think it's a lock. All right, 2nd genre award, Best Adventure in Fantasy. There are 6 genre awards. This is the 2nd of the genre awards. Here are the winners from the past few years. If you haven't seen it, if you want to be reminded, Record of Grand Crest War in 2018, which I don't know a single person who watched that anime. And I thought it was really good. That was one of my favorites in 2018. If you like, I don't even, oh my god. It's such a good, mature, like, fantasy action. Astro Lost in Space in 2019, very good one. Golden Kamuy, one of my favorite adventures. Slime Season 2. I actually still haven't watched Season 3. Ranking of Kings, really, really good. And Dr. Stone, one of my favorites of all time. We need Season 2? We do! I agree. Lettuce. My favorite lettuce, Senku. My beloved. Add it to my list just for you, Cashew. I mean, just for you, Leo. Thank you. I said Cashew because I saw Cashew's chat while I was reading it. Yeah, Cashew, get on Dr. Stone. I know that you've said something about the character designs annoying you. But you see what I just said about Shangri-La Frontier with the guy with the bird head? And I was like, actually, it was really good when I watched it despite the bird head. Dr. Stone's the same thing. You get over the lettuce head. I promise. I try to convince him every week. You gotta keep fighting the good fight, Nibby. Figuring I'm calling it Meshi. Those are 2 good fantasy anime. Dr. Stone's a good watch, plus it's almost over. I know, it's so sad. I think this final season that they're doing, season 4, they have said they're splitting it into 3 parts. So we get season 4, part 1, part 2, and part 3, but what can you do? The lettuce evolves. I don't know about that, Armando. I don't recall it being revealed. Golden Kamuy, hello Wasabi, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I know it's super late for you, so thanks for stopping in. Yes, I can't wait for Golden Kamuy, the next season too. The next season's the final one as well, which is unfortunate. Been a great ride though. Speaking of a great ride, so are the nominees and the eventual winner for this category. So, here are the nominees and winner for Best Adventure or Fantasy. Dungeon Meshi, Frieren Beyond Journey's End, Mushoku Tensei, Overlord the Sacred Kingdom, Shangri-La Frontier, Spice and Wolf Merchant Meets the Wise Wolf, and the winner of Best Adventure or Fantasy is Frieren Beyond Journey's End. As the titular mage and her party travel to Ende, it quickly becomes clear that this new journey is more than just a typical fantasy adventure. Sure, we get to see Frieren, Fern, and Stark go on an adventure spanning many years and even more cities, meeting a wide variety of characters along the way. But through frequent flashbacks, we also go on a parallel adventure with Frieren and her original party from 80 years in the past, when they set off to defeat the Demon King. We get to see how Frieren's adventure with Himmel shaped her into the person she is today, and in turn how she begins to influence Fern and Stark in the present. I loved how the series balanced the past and the present in such a way that it felt like we got to go on two simultaneous adventures, and how we got to see how Frieren's first adventure so clearly influenced her new one. Of course, the fantasy aspect of the show is great too. The lore is interesting, the magic system is fun, and the cast is full of thoughtful, well-written characters. But what really made the series stand out to me is that it's an adventure in more ways than one. A literal adventure in the present, a nostalgic and bittersweet adventure through the past, and an emotional series of hellos and goodbyes that tie the past and present together into a grander journey than either one would have been individually. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is the quintessential adventure. Yes, indeed. Frieren takes Best Adventure. Probably not... nice voice crack. Probably not a humongous surprise, because Frieren is a fantastic anime, and it was just... I can't say enough good things about it. That being said, the other nominees were pretty damn good, too. Dungeon Meshi definitely puts up a good fight. I love Dungeon Meshi. Speaking of which, Dungeon Meshi also has another season announced, and Frieren has another season announced. We are eating so good for sequels now. That was very eloquent. Thank you. I really enjoy doing the write-ups, trying to put into words why I like it and why I think it's deserved. I knew it the moment I saw Frieren. Good way to say it. Thank you. Frieren characters are so amazing. You can make so many shows for each side character. I agree. Yeah, you could definitely make an entire series just about Frieren's journey with Himmel. The original party's adventure. You could totally do a whole prequel series about it, and I would eat that up. You could do a whole side series about Sign and whatever goes on with him. I would love that. The characters are so good. Give me a whole Ubel side series. I don't know. All the characters are so good. I just don't like the ears. You don't like the big elf ears? I love elf ears. I could live with it. I feel bad for all the shows going against Frieren. It was special. It was. Speaking of Frieren, I saw your episode 27 reaction came out today. That means I get to watch you guys react to the last episode next week. Oh, I can see if you got sad. You got two ties? Yeah, I'm doubling up. The tie and the bow tie. Looking forward to the Bocchi sweep at the 2025 awards. Yeah, Bocchi the Rock got a second season announced. If anybody hasn't seen that. Bocchi was my anime of the year in 2022. Hopefully next year he'll also add a bolo tie. Oh, man. Alrighty. But yeah, Frieren, amazing anime. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. Heck yeah, more Bocchi. Hell yeah. Bocchi's fire. I freaking love Bocchi, man. That is the greatest anime comedy of all time. Holding out for young ladies don't play fighting games rep in next year's list. The anime is this year, right? I know that you like the manga, and I'm pretty sure they announced an anime. I'm almost positive they did. Comedy slice of life, this is my genre? Alright, alright. I think you in particular should pay extra attention to my write-up for the winner for this one, Cashew. I hope that it sells you on this one, because I don't think you've seen it. I don't think anyone I know has seen it, which is a bummer. Should be nice. Behind on anime? Hey, there's always time to catch up. Hopefully the awards point you to some shows that you could. Leo already do romantic anime? I have not. That is 2 categories away. So you're safe, Armando. Yeah, Cash, you pay attention. I was hoping Leo would have a chill guy emote. No, but I have the chill guy art that Frost made. Here are the winners for the past few years. Grand Blue. Speaking of sequels, Grand Blue finally got a sequel announced. That show is so damn good. It's like the funniest. Oh my god. The manga, I've read all of the manga. It's still ongoing. But I adore the manga. I cannot wait for season 2 of that show. It's my favorite group of just idiots. Idiots being idiots, and it's the best thing ever. I spotted Chisa. Thought you said Grand Blue? No. Grand Blue. Not to be confused with Grand Blue. You and Judson are of the same mind. Kaguya, of course, is a classic. Izoken, I thought, was really good. I don't think there's been any news about more of that, though. My Senpai is Annoying, really good rom-com. The manga for that is over, if you want to see the story to its conclusion. I have read the whole manga. Pochi the Rock, of course, incredible. And Buddy Daddies, which was a huge surprise to me last year, but I love that. I enjoyed it more than Spy Family? Honestly, I did too. Well, I would say I enjoyed Spy Family Season 1 the most. Then Buddy Daddies, then Season 2 of Spy Family. His anime knowledge is top tier. I don't know, I probably pale in comparison to Neko, though. Wholesome fun time? It is. Should get a fighting game and call it Grand Blue Versus. I would buy that day 1. Neko never fails. I know. It's like the encyclopedia of anime. I respect it. I wish I could reach that point. All right. So here are the nominees and the winner for Best Comedy or Slice of Life. Please take a look. If I could find it. There we go. The Dangers in My Heart. Konosuba. Makeine, Too Many Losing Heroines. Pseudo-Harem. Roshidere. VTuber Legend. And the winner of Best Comedy or Slice of Life is VTuber Legend. VTuber Legend is a series with a great mix of comedy and heart that really feels like it was created by VTuber fans for VTuber fans. And regardless of whether you're an actual VTuber or a fan of them, there's a lot here to love. It follows a struggling VTuber voiced by Sakura Ayane who goes viral after accidentally getting drunk on stream, and from there on it wears its heart on its sleeve. As Awayuki and her agency continue to grow, we get to see new gen debuts, senpai and kohai shenanigans, collabs both online and off, funny chat interactions, references to real VTubers, live shows, actual 2D models being used, and a huge variety of different streams that get dedicated bits, like an Among Us collab that actually played up the mystery pretty well, or my favorite, raging over gacha. VTuber Legend is an anime that understands VTuber culture and is all the better for it. Thanks to the lovable characters, varied dynamics, and fun dialogue, it has a great balance of laugh-out-loud moments and relatable heartfelt ones, as the girls in Live On continue to bond and grow together. Because it's a very VTuber-centric comedy, it may not have as universal of an appeal as something like Konosuba or Roshidere might, but if you're like me and really enjoy VTubers, then VTuber Legend is an absolute treat to watch. VTuber Legend. So, that was like... I haven't heard anybody talk about this. It went kind of viral when the first episode came out because she says some really ridiculous stuff when she gets drunk on stream. There's a lot of clips of it. But it's so good beyond that. Like, the dialogue is incredible. Like, I burst out laughing every single episode in this show. She says the dumbest and the stupidest and the funniest things all the time. The voice acting from Sakura Ayane, incredible. Like, she's an amazing voice actress. Highly recommend that. especially if you are a VTuber or if you like VTubers. Like, you'll absolutely see what I mean. I was trying to show as many like references and stuff throughout that write-up as I could to show like this understands VTubers. Like, there are so many VTuber related jokes, and the fact that it actually shows real VTubers at points, like there's some Hololive members who appear like in quick snippets, not like they aren't characters in it, but like they show up on her screen. Like Kizuna Ai showed up, a bunch of indies show up. Like, it's respectable VTuber culture. It like plays into it. It's so fun. It's so fun. I would have thought a VTuber anime would have real people as the VTuber model. Pity you have to go now. I'm sorry, Argoth. I'm sorry for disappointing you by not picking whatever your top choice was. What are the chances of Leo fans liking VTubers? That's a great question. One of my friends talked about it when it came out, but I hadn't heard about it since. You gotta watch it, man. I guarantee you're gonna love it. It's hilarious with how out of pocket it is. Yes, the first episode's dialogue is like... I just never expected to hear those words coming out of her mouth. Raging over gacha couldn't be me. Yeah, and they had freaking Bang Dream. The gacha she rages over is Bang Dream. How cool is that? Like, my gacha that started it all for me. I love that series. But if you did head out, Argoth, and you weren't just saying that because I didn't pick what you wanted, then thanks for stopping in. Sad it's not Konosuba, but I'm happy VTuber Legend won. Konosuba was really good too. Oh, he didn't? Okay. Hello, Kyle. Welcome to the stream. But yes, VTuber Legend, best comedy. Highly recommend. Now, very different from comedy, we have drama. Yes. The best drama. Very, very stacked list of previous winners. A Place Further Than the Universe is in my top 10 of all time. Vinland Saga is also in my top 10 of all time. Violet Evergarden, the movie. The overall Violet show is in my top 25. Fruits Basket, also in my top 10, or top 10 to 15. Case Study of Vanitas is in my top 25. And Bang Dream! It's My Go is also top 25. The winner for Best Drama has been in my top 25 every year since I started doing the awards. You put your clips of Bang Dream, but it was on the show? It was actually in the show, Josh, yep. Like that, there was a whole like 3-minute segment where she's rolling for Bang Dream characters. Specifically, she's rolling for a Ran 5-star card. And she's getting very angry that she doesn't get it. Which I understand, as somebody who has rolled for a Ran 5-star card before. Vinland Saga Season 2, placing my bet. So Vinland was last year, but it would have won. It would have won last year if it was eligible, but since it won in 2019, I didn't nominate it again. Real anime was in us the whole time. Vanitas. I hope they do a season 3 at some point. The manga has gone past where the anime ended, but the young often make mistakes. I hope I'll redeem myself, Argoth. There's still 27 categories to go, including this one. Plenty of chances to make it up to you. The nominees for drama this year stack. Like, drama is... There's certain categories this year that are, like, insanely stacked. Drama's one of them. Like, every show in this category is, like, goddamn, that's good. So, definitely a very hard choice to make. One of the hardest of the whole show. So I think you should just take a look. Here are the nominees for Best Drama. The Apothecary Diaries, Frieren Beyond Journey's End, Girls Band Cry, Hibike Euphonium, Look Back, Oshi no Ko. And the winner of Best Drama is Hibike Euphonium. Hibike's third and final season brings the story to a close, and in the process of doing so, affirms itself as a premier character drama. Kumiko and the rest of the cast's fight to get a gold at Nationals feels more urgent than ever as it's their final year in the concert band. and that increased pressure serves as the backdrop for her and the band to undergo significant growth and development in order to make that dream come true. A new year means new faces entering the band, and with it comes new leadership, new dynamics, and new problems to solve. Should the band put fun first or work towards a challenging goal? Should the band be a meritocracy and choose the best players? Or prioritize seniors who won't get another chance when they're choosing who gets to play? The tone of the season did a great job contributing to these conflicts. The swings between the highs and lows with huge successes and legitimately surprising moments of failure was incredibly engaging, and there was a palpable sense of tension and unease underlying some scenes. The character drama was so well done and build-up so well executed that at points, I felt as tense waiting for a character's next line as I would when I was watching a suspense anime. Hibike Euphonium's final season solidified the series as an excellent character drama with a fantastic lead in Kumiko and a great supporting cast. Between the communal growth of the band, the painful lows and emotional highs, and the ultimate payoff to both the characters' individual arcs and the overall story, Hibike is a truly fantastic drama that fans of the genre and music should definitely watch. Hibike Euphonium. See, you guys can see what I'm saying about a stacked list of nominees though, right? Like, every single one of those are amazing dramas. Started watching UFO, but I'm stuck on episode 3. So, if it means anything, I actually stopped watching UFO partway through season 2, and I, just had it on hold for, 2 years. And then I picked it back up this year, since it ended, and I binged through the rest of season 2, both of the movies, and season 3, all over the course of 3 days. And I think all of that, I think it's a show that gets better every single release. Season 1, I would say, was the low point. Season 2 was a good progression from a character growth and emotional standpoint. The movies were both really good. And then season 3, in my opinion, I thought season 3 was the peak. So I think it just gets better as it goes. So I would recommend sticking with it, but obviously it's up to you. Draco, thank you very much for the gifted. Also, hello, welcome to the stream. Mono Luca was gifted. Oh my god, Mono subscribed to me. Mono's the, for you guys who watched my anniversary stream, I had that special 2-year video. Mono is the artist who made the group art that I really, really liked in that. If you haven't seen the special 2-year video, I did post it separately on the channel. You can watch it. It's 2 minutes long. This is stacked. Girl Band Cry sweep. The season wrapped it up well. It did. It did. It was a really good ending, I thought. Not done with Apothecary, but loving it so far. Apothecary is amazing. Amazing stuff. I also haven't started season 2 of that yet, but I definitely need to. Yeah, thank you again, Draco. I see everyone's here. Yeah, you need to jump in with the All Might. Everyone is here thing. Oh wait, no, no, he says I'm here, not everyone's here. It's been a while since I've watched My Hero. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now here's the category Mr. Armando was interested in. Best Romance. I'm a huge fan of rom-com manga. I don't watch as much romance anime, but some of my all-time favorite anime are actually romances. Clannad is my #1 anime of all time. Fruits Basket is also in my top 10. Here are the winners from the last 6 years. Very good variety. Kaguya is also in my top 15, I believe. Insomniacs After School is really, really good. I hope it gets another season, but if it doesn't, it ended at a really good point. I'm a romantic at heart. That's what we like to hear. Loving this award, which Crunchyroll should learn from. I appreciate it. Honestly, Backstrapman, part of the reason that I started this was because there were a couple years in a row where I was an anime fan for years before I started making videos and streaming and stuff. There were multiple years in a row of the Crunchyroll Awards where when I was looking through the nominees and the winners, I got really frustrated because it felt like the same shows would win like half the award. And I was like, all right, like, I don't know. I'll just pick on it. Jujutsu Kaisen, right? Really good action anime, right? Did it deserve winning like 45% of the entire award show by itself? I don't think so. Like, there's a lot more variety and other really good shows that could get recognized too. So that was why I started. Now, you know, they have a whole panel who's voting on it. It's totally understandable to play more of like a popularity contest, especially given it's the biggest one, but like, I don't know. That was a big motivation for me for making my own. Leo took a stand and said, hold my beer. The Reddit awards are pretty good too if you, like more variety. And the Reddit awards can be neat too because they have 2 separate winners for every category. They have the public winner, which is like anyone who has an account can vote. So that's usually more of like the popularity contest thing, right? But then they also have the jury winner, which is like they have a jury that you have to apply for, and then you go through, you know, a bunch of debating with the other jurors, and then the jury picks the winners for each category too. So you get, sometimes they line up, sometimes they're different. I think Bang Dream actually won the jury winner last year, which was super exciting. Funny Girl Senpai, I actually have never seen any of the sequel movies. I've only seen the original series. As a February baby, love is in my veins. That makes sense. All right. Then here are the nominees for and winner for Best Romance. The Dangers in My Heart. Makeine, Too Many Losing Heroines. Pseudo Harem. Roshidere. A Sign of Affection. Spice and Wolf. And the winner of Best Romance is The Dangers in My Heart. Danger's second season is a great follow-up to the first that shows why this series is so beloved with source readers and serves as a strong adaptation to one of my favorite ongoing romance manga. At its core, it's a coming-of-age story about Yamada and Ichikawa experiencing their first love, coming to terms with their feelings and trying to express those feelings however they can. It's both cute and gratifying to see how the two of them grow individually, learn to rely on one another, and in turn grow closer to each other. It has all the humor and awkwardness that you would expect from 2 teenagers bumbling through their first love, but I think that in Danger's case, it really adds to the charm and authenticity. Dangers is a heartfelt coming-of-age story that nurtures a cute romance between 2 incredibly likable leads, and ultimately capping off with a satisfying finale that brings the first part of their story to a close. Romance fans definitely need to watch this. I forgot to progress the scene. Uh-oh. There we go. Best Romance, Dangers in My Heart. I have been a big fan of the manga for Dangers for like years. So I was very happy that it got a really good adaptation. Very, very cute. I don't even know what else to say. Super cute romance, really fun leads, really, really good character development for both of them. Just like, it's just a wicked cute romance all around. Hello, Master. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We're good. I don't have to unsubscribe. All right, all right. We'll see how many back and forths we have throughout the awards, Argoth. As long as the number of okays outweighs the how dare yous, then we're good. I actually don't think it's on Crunchyroll, Armando, unfortunately. I think I watched it on High Dive. Getting a lot of recommendations on Bad Cat Discord for this. It's a really cute romance. I think you would both like it. Because Rizakawa, I like Losing Heroines a lot. Losing Heroines was fun. Thought Leo was definitely a Russian girl stan. He picked the best one. Oh, Alya's your favorite? I actually like Yuki the most. I mean, Alya's by far my favorite ship in the show. But I think Yuki is my favorite as like a character. I think she's hilarious. I think this one inoculates you against a lot of disagreements. I adore it. All right, I'll take it. Get some plot armor there. But if you liked the anime and you haven't read the manga, to anyone, I would definitely recommend the manga. Really, really cute. And this lady isn't a heartbreak. No, there's no heartbreaking here. It's just a very cute, wholesome romance. And the last of the genre awards, Best Suspense. Suspense is my personal favorite genre. I tend to find that suspense anime keep me the most engaged because it has really good, they usually have really good cliffhangers. I love the tone of it, of the genre in general. Here are my winners from the past 6 years. I think it's a pretty stacked lineup, as long as you remember that Promised Neverland never had a second season. But Steins Gate, Promised Neverland's first season, ReZero, Link Click, Summer Render, and Heavenly Delusion. The last 3 years in particular, like Link Click, Summertime Rendering, and Heavenly Delusion are 3 like god tier suspense anime in a row. Summertime Rendering's a complete story, adapted the entire manga. If you want a good start to finish show, definitely recommend. Link Click actually just had like a 3rd season come out. I need to watch it. And Heavenly Delusion, super good. I really hope it has a 2nd season at some point because I know the manga goes past it, and the 1st season was amazing. Gotta watch Link Click. I think you will love it, Nivi. Given that you and I both really liked Summer Render and Heavenly Delusion, I think, like, oh man, Link Click is so damn good. And the opening for the 1st season is like an all-time great. It actually won my award for best opening the year it came out too. Link Click is fire. It is. It's so good. I'm completely up to date. Nice. Love Summer Render. It was, oh my god, I binged that whole thing in like 2 sittings. Story was really good, characters were really good, soundtrack was really good. Like, there was nothing bad about Summer Render to me. I mean, I guess there was a couple like janky looking character models here or there, but you know, water under the bridge. That doesn't bother me that much. 99% of the time it was so good. And such a satisfying ending too. Like, they wrapped it up so well. All right. I won't keep you waiting for too long. Link Click is on Crunchyroll. It is. It is. That one you should definitely watch, Armando. Watched it and then immediately made Cashew watch it. Yeah, I mean, that's the perk of having the back cat, right? One of you can just keep pushing something until the other one finally breaks down and agrees. Except for Dr. Stone, apparently, because Cashew is stubborn. Cashew, please. Please. Maybe I'll finally start Monogatari if you watch Dr. Stone. Alright, here are the nominees for Best Suspense. The Apothecary Diaries, Classroom of the Elite, Dan to Dan, Go Go Loser Ranger, Oshinoko, Shoshimin How to Become Ordinary, and the winner of Best Suspense is The Apothecary Diaries. From the moment that Mao Mao found herself suddenly forced into a role in the Inner Palace and we got our first taste of the mysteries permeating it, I knew I would love this series. The nature of the Inner Palace lends itself well to a suspense series. Numerous factions all vying for the Emperor's favor crammed into one area meant a huge variety of characters and personalities to meet, plenty of locations to explore, and lots of secret plots to uncover. Though Apothecary initially presented itself as a Mystery of the Week type series, it quickly became apparent that it was more than that. There's various overarching plots running concurrently, and the little mysteries Mao Mao, Jinshi, and the rest of the cast encounter often serve as threads that eventually come together into something greater. And I loved seeing Mao Mao put the pieces together and become a more respected member of the palace. Apothecary also does a great job balancing the mystery from the overarching narrative with plenty of mystery on an individual character level. gradually drip feeding us info about Mao Mao and Jinxi's backgrounds and relationships, challenging us to try and put the pieces together ourselves to discover more about these characters. Apothecary Diaries is a fantastic series with great pacing that expertly mixes political intrigue, a variety of mysteries both big and small, and strong cliffhangers to create one of the best suspense anime that I've watched in years. I forgot to progress the scene again. Oh no. Yes, the Apothecary Diaries gets its first win of the night. Another amazing anime that I binged in like 2 or 3 sittings. I guess that's the good thing about being behind on anime a lot of the time, is that by the time I finally get around to it, it's done, and I can just binge through it all, like Oblivion said earlier. This makes me want to watch more. You absolutely should, Judson. And also totally understandable, Cashew and Nivi, because I know you guys are watching it, so... I don't think I have any spoilers in any of the write-ups, but I totally get being safe rather than sorry. Should voice the novel that Nivi is writing? I don't know, that would mean she'd have to show it to me in the first place. Snazzy Tie, thank you, Master. We love political intrigue, rah! Drug connoisseur, That she is. Big fan of Apothecary, Jack? Our novel will have a woman that breaks a lot of guys' hearts. I don't know, that... I feel like Nivi likes romance too much to do that. But yeah, great story, great cliffhangers, great suspense, great characters. Apothecary is easily just a knockout anime. If you like suspense and mysteries, then I think you will be very, very happy with Apothecary. Happy it won this one? Very good. So I believe that was 6 different winners for the first 6 awards, which is fun. I do like when there's a good variety of winners. This year played out a little differently for me than I expected when I was doing the awards. I don't want to say too much. I think it'll probably become obvious as the show goes on what I mean, but it wasn't quite the same as the previous years. Armando lives in the fire. I don't know. I mean, if you're good about balancing the fire so you don't get burned, or towing the fire so you don't get burned. With Apothecary winning Best Suspense, that ends the Genre Awards, so now we're into the Character Awards. There are 7 categories in the Character Awards. We have Protagonist, Antagonist, Supporting Character, Cast, Best Girl, Best Guy, and Best Couple. So a lot of Character Awards to go through. See you back, Strapman. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time while you were able to stay. If you want to see the winners for the rest of them, the VOD will be there later on, so feel free to check it out. I return. Psyched to see Apothecary won a thing, though. Very nice. Yeah, I don't think there was spoilers, so I think you would have been safe, but it's just like talking about the show in general, so if there's, I guess, stuff that maybe you didn't want to know in general, then yes. Not a bad idea to mute. Leo's my best character? You're too kind, Master. Just in case. I getcha, I getcha. I hate spoilers as much as the next guy. Cashew, our boy Yukihiro Soma's here. Won it a whopping 4 years ago. I think that was when the final season came out, actually. Soma the goat. Yeah. Best protagonists of the last 6 years for me. Okabe, Steins Gate Zero, Mob from Mob Psycho, Soma from Food Wars, Eren, of course, from Attack on Titan, Boji from Ranking of Kings, and Thorfinn from Vinland Saga. Thorfinn definitely had the biggest glow-up of all these characters, because I did not care for Thorfinn in the first season of Vinland Saga. I was all about Askeladd. I thought he was definitely the highlight of Vinland Season 1. But in Season 2, boy does Thorfinn step up. That dude is incredible. Amazing character growth. Just like easily some of the best character growth I've ever seen in anything. Anime, games, manga, like anything. He has such a good character arc. It's insane. I hope they do a season 3. Gave it to Boji 2 years ago, so based. Boji is so good. He's like the shining light in a world of darkness. You just want to protect that kid with your life, man. Like, if Boji wanted me to go on a journey with him, I would. I would protect my boy. Same. Good taste, Draco. Good taste. But yeah, so I think it's a pretty damn good list of protagonists for the last few years, but there's always more good protagonists to add to the list. This year, actually, this was another stacked, absolutely stacked lineup of nominees. Another one that was very hard to choose. Because I think you can make a case for any of them. But a choice has to be made. There has to be a winner. It's up there with drama, though, as one of the most stacked lineups and hardest choices for me. So, here are the nominees for Best Protagonist. Frieren from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Kumiko Omae from Hibike Euphonium. Laios from Dungeon Meshi. Mau Mau from The Apothecary Diaries. Momo Ayase from Dandadan. Nina Iseri from Girls Band Cry. And the winner of Best Protagonist is Kumiko Omae from Hibike Euphonium. Hibike is a great series all around, but the main draw for me has always been Kumiko herself and her personal growth, and the final season delivered even more of what I wanted from her. Seeing Kumiko gradually grow from a wishy-washy people-pleaser afraid to speak her mind into a capable leader who's well-respected by her peers, club members, and advisors alike was incredibly satisfying, as was seeing her grapple with, and eventually come up with an answer to, the question of what she wants to do with her life in the future. Kumiko is a character I often found myself relating to and empathizing with in more ways than one, so to see her have such a triumphant send-off to her character arc was really rewarding. Across the 3 seasons and 3 movies that make up Hibike Euphonium, Kumiko has grown into not just a phenomenal protagonist in her own right, but one of my personal favorites in anime. Never heard of this anime before the awards, really, Argoth? Well, do I have a recommendation for you? Highly recommend Hibike if you like character drama, if you like music, if you like Kyoani, because Hibike is made by Kyoani. I'm with him on that. With who on what? With Draco? Putting Laios and Momo in the same group and then them both losing? Why you gotta break my heart like that? That's what I'm saying though, right? This year's was such a stacked lineup. Oh, agreed with Argoth, gotcha. Well, I would recommend it for the same reasons. If you like character drama, music anime, Kyoani, haven't heard of half these, need to get back into anime. It was a really good year, Master. The last, 3 years, honestly, have been super, super good. Secretly rooting for Momo? Totally understandable. Momo is amazing as well. My laptop shut down because I didn't plug it in time. Oh no! Well, welcome back, Tim. Hopefully you didn't miss too much. Need to go eat, but definitely look forward to watching the VOD later. Sounds good, Judson. Probably tomorrow at some point. I'll put timestamps just for the categories and stuff in the comments if that makes it easier. But yeah. Hope you have a nice dinner. Thanks for hanging out. Love the UFO love. It was so good. It was so good. She's definitely not a heartbreaker, Armando. Well, actually, maybe. I don't know. There's not really it's not like a romance show. There's undertones here or there, but it's not it's definitely not something to watch the show for. Very, very minor aspect. Best character was the friends we made along the way. There's a lot of character awards, though. A lot of characters to talk about. Kumiko, though, is amazing. I love Kumiko. Standing opposite the protagonist, there's the antagonist. The evil that lurks in the night. Here are the winners of Best Antagonists of the last few years. Kenny from Attack on Titan Season 3, I believe. Or maybe, was it Season 2? I think it was 2. Askeladd from Vinland Saga, Echidna from ReZero, Sakura Mato from Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel, Shide from Summertime Rendering, and Mahito from Jujutsu Kaisen. Actually playing right now, Armando? That's what I like to hear. That's amazing multitasking, Cashew. I'm very impressed. I don't remember many antagonists last season. I'm going to be honest, Neko, and everybody watching. Antagonist was one of the low points this year. There were good antagonists, don't get me wrong. There were antagonists I liked. There were enough antagonists that I could fill all 6 nominees, and that I could pick one and felt happy about my choice. But there was nothing where I was like, holy shit, this is a really hard category to even pick the nominees for. Like, it wasn't like protagonist or drama where I was like, oh my god, I'm fighting for my life just to narrow it to 6. There was one category this year, actually, that I could not even fill the 6 nominees for. Usually I do 6 nominees per category. But there was one that I could not do that for. It's towards the end, though. I'll mention it when it happens. I was not secret about it at all. Was already telling Oblivion I'd love to see getting a nominee. Bone Druid best antagonist all years running. You can even argue for maybe protagonist. Oh man. Bone Druid is a good antagonist. Very good in the Made in Abyss movie. Hello Daniel, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. All right. Let's take a look. Here are the nominees for Best Antagonist. Innocent Zero from Mashal. Kaiju number 9 from Kaiju number 8. The Lunatic Magician from Dungeon Meshi. Red Keeper from Go-Go Loser Ranger. Rip from Undead Unluck. The Serpoians from Dandadan. And the winner of Best Antagonist is the Lunatic Magician from Dungeon Meshi. We honestly don't know much about the Lunatic Magician, and they've barely appeared in the anime so far, but that actually works out in their favor. They feel mysterious, and that mystery makes them an even scarier enemy because of how many unknowns there are about them. Whenever characters talk about them, it's clear that they're feared, and when they do make an appearance, it's immediately evident how powerful they are and how scared the rest of the cast is around them. The Lunatic Magician is spoken of like an urban legend you hope isn't true, and despite their limited screen time, they inspire more than enough dread to make me nervous for any upcoming confrontations. The mystery around their identity and backstory combined with their brief yet commanding screen presence makes the Lunatic Magician my favorite antagonist of the year. I barely transitioned to the other screen in time. There we go, Dungeon Meshi gets its first award. The Lunatic Magician, yes. I honestly can't really talk about them a whole lot because, like I said in the write-up, they've barely appeared in the anime, and I don't have a whole lot to say beyond what I said in the thing. To answer your question, Tim, yes, Red Keeper is an antagonist. The whole premise of the Go-Go Loser Ranger anime is that the main character is actually one of the guys that the Rangers beat up. And a lot of the Rangers are corrupt, like they're actually bad people. And so the show basically follows a monster, a bad guy, quote unquote, who is trying to secretly enter the Ranger group to take out the Rangers who are the bad people. So yeah, the Rangers themselves are the bad guys in that anime. It kind of flips it around. I don't know if all of them are bad guys, but based on what we've seen in the first season, they seem like bad guys. The boys, but Power Rangers. I haven't seen the boys yet, so I can't say for sure. So into your own edits, you get too distracted. Yeah, I was listening along and I was like, oh shit, it's about to end. I need to turn the mic back on. I need to switch the screen. Those aliens. See, this is what I'm saying with like antagonist was a little iffy. I couldn't come up with 6 individuals who I could put in this category, so I had to cheat by just putting the aliens from Dan to Dan. Like, that's not a single antagonist, but I was just like, I can't think of another one, so I'm just gonna put the aliens. But yeah, Red Keeper, really, really good. Also, Red Keeper is voiced by my man, Yuichi Nakamura. Who I love. They're all just after one thing, and we don't want to give it to them. Bone Daddy, or you're my special antagonist? Oh, you're my special Mahito. Also, hello, 02 Champion. Welcome to the stream. The grandma's pretty sexy. Oh man, Seiko. Hard to believe that she would be a grandma. That's fine. I would consider the orcs from Lord of the Rings an antagonist, even if they're a group. That's fair. That's fair. I would agree with that. Best supporting character. So these are the winners from the last few years. There is kind of a recurring question that I get, and even that I struggle with when I'm doing these awards, which is what constitutes a supporting character? Because a lot of times you would just say main character and side character. Every single person in this winner list here, they're still a main character. But they're not like the main character. So basically, Vanitas is an exception. In hindsight, after I did those awards, I was like, he should have been a protagonist instead. He's not a supporting character. But basically, my thought process when I'm coming up with nominees for this category is this is any character who is not the protagonist, the main antagonist, or a deuteragonist. So if a show has like 2 protagonists that are basically equal, which is why Vanitas shouldn't be there, right? Noelle and Vanitas are both, they're deuteragonists, so they should be equal. Vanitas should have been in protagonist instead. Another example would be like Hollow and Lawrence from Spice and Wolf, or like Kaguya and Shirogane from Love is War. Like those 2 are, I would consider all of those protagonists, right? But anyone else from those shows, they're supporting character. If that makes sense at all. Basically to say, if a character is not the main protagonist or a deuteragonist equal to the protagonist, then they go in here. Does Ira get a nomination? I don't know. You'll have to see. Chrome is best sidekick, man. Love my boy Chrome. Or like Cashew from Batcat. Wow, a lot of Chrome love. Wasabi also likes Chrome. Ishigami. Loved his character arc in that season. There's the deuteragonist love. They would be in the best protagonist section if they made it there. I guess actually a good example of that from this year would be Dandadan. Both Momo and Okarun, I would consider both of them protagonists. So I don't know which one you would say is the deuteragonist. Like, I don't even know. Like, that's how equal they are. But one of them is technically the deuteragonist. I don't know. I have examples in a write-up on the leoawards.com or leoawards.net if you want to look at my archive. I do have a rule page on there where I kind of outline my rules when I'm picking for certain categories and stuff, what is and isn't eligible, all that type of stuff. So if you're curious, I have more details on there. I think Okarun is mostly because of what the author explained how Momo's mostly the main character. Oh, so Okarun's the deuteragonist, you're saying. Which I think is also fair, right? Like, I guess another way to look at it is like 99% of the time, I would say, the main protagonist is the first person that you see in the show. And that's how you know, like, okay, this is the character that we're following. In Dan, the first character that you see is Momo. And then you see Okarun later on. It's like a couple minutes of just Momo, and then you get introduced to Okarun. So I could see that argument for sure. That she's the main character, she's the protagonist, and Okarun's the deuteragonist. Said it so much that it doesn't sound like a word anymore. Imagine how many times I had to write it in the script, and I mean, not script. Yeah, I know. There are certain words that when I write it too often, I'm like, is that how it's actually spelled? I'm second guessing myself. Anyway, here are the nominees for Best Supporting Character. Akane Kurokawa from Oshi no Ko. Fern from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Himmel from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Marcial Donato from Dungeon Meshi. Mayu Kuroe from Hibike Euphonium. Senshi from Dungeon Meshi. And the winner of Best Supporting Character is Marcial Donato from Dungeon Meshi. Marcial was easily my favorite character in Dungeon Meshi. The way she so perfectly played the straight man to the antics of Laios and Senshi as they explored the dungeon and ate all manner of monsters never failed to make me burst out laughing. Between her reactions and the amazing voice acting from Sayaka Sembongi, she was perfect. But beyond being a comedic masterpiece, Marcial is also a great party member and a really interesting character in her own right. It's very clear how much Laios and the party trust her and her skills as a mage, and I loved when she had chances to show off what she can do in crucial moments. Her backstory was also interesting and made me even more appreciative of the bonds that she's built in the party with Laios and the gang. Marcial is both an incredibly fun and very engaging character who had me laughing out loud constantly and eager to learn more about her. She's an integral member of Laios' party who stole the show, and one of the best supporting characters in years. I forgot to switch the thing. I was too engrossed in my own write-up. Marcial for Best Supporting Character, which is Dungeon Meshi 2 in a row. Antagonist and supporting. I adored Marcial, man. She is so good. But to Draco's point, I think it was Draco. Yeah, so stacked. Supporting character was another one that was insanely stacked. I think my initial shortlist for this category was like 20 people. I had to cut down 20 characters to 6. It is brutal. And then, like, you saw it here, right? I had 2 Dungeon Meshi characters in the final 6, 2 Frieren characters in the final 6. Like, there were certain shows that had multiple that were just so good that I couldn't even cut them out. Like, Iron Nation and Shambles. I'm sorry, Cashew. I'm sorry. I actually haven't seen the dub for Dungeon Meshi. I've only seen the sub. But if you recommend it that much, I'll have to check it out. Got beef with you? Senshi Rob. I was gonna say that your beef was that the one that you like from Oshi no Ko didn't get nominated. I forget her name. Memcho. But Senshi is great too. Don't get me wrong. He still made the final 6, which is still quite the achievement. Marcial face is too good. I live for the Marcial faces, man. She is so expressive. She's so funny. Oh my god. Just an absolute riot. I don't think he likes Akane. Oh, he doesn't like Akane either? Akane is my favorite in Oshi no Ko. She had a lot of good moments in the second season, too. Didn't get much spotlight in 2, so I understand why I shouldn't be a nominee. Yeah, she was basically only in, like, the last 2 episodes. 2 or 3. Which makes sense. I mean, the whole season pretty much was the Tokyo Blade arc, which she wasn't in. Dungeon Meshi cast, though, amazing. Speaking of casts, the next category is the best overall cast, right? We've talked about the protagonist. We've talked about the antagonist. We've talked about supporting characters. But you gotta look at it holistically. The cast overall. All of those things combined, plus all the side characters. Who has the best overall cast? This was another very, very stacked lineup of nominees. Here are my winners from the past 6 years. As usual, Golden Kamuy. In its very first season, and its cast has only gotten bigger and better since then. So I was an early adopter to Golden Kamuy and how good its cast was. Slime in the second year, Great Pretender, Fruits Basket, Love is War, and Dr. Stone. Would have rather you put Kana than Akane, though. Kana had a lot of good scenes in this season, too. She was on my shortlist, for what it's worth. Slime, I still need to watch season 3. I heard it's mostly just talking, so it's a little slower. I'll get through it at some point, though. I need to watch the movie, too. Heard Mem is running a crypto scam. You know, if any character in Oshinoko was gonna run a crypto scam, it would be Mem. Politics, yeah, right, yeah, it's like all like meetings pretty much, right? Meetings and politics, which I think the lore of like the lore in the world of Slime I really like. So I don't even think I would dislike that. It's just I know what I'm getting into. I know it's a lot of talking. Seeing your selections of each year make me respect you more. Thank you, Draco. I appreciate that. I'm always glad to have some respect. Put some respect on my name. But yeah, another really, really stacked lineup this year. Enough dilly-dallying. Here are the nominees for Best Cast. The Apothecary Diaries, Dungeon Meshi, Frieren Beyond Journey's End, Hibike Euphonium, Oshinoko, Undead Unluck, and the winner of Best Cast is Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Throughout Frieren's journey to Ende, she meets a huge variety of interesting characters who all leave their mark on Frieren and her party in some way, and I genuinely don't think there was a single character across the series that I didn't enjoy getting to know. Everyone has their own backstory to discover, lessons to learn, and dynamics to unravel, and every one of those felt meaningful. Whether it be Fern and Stark growing stronger and maturing emotionally in the years they travel with Frieren, Frieren herself reminiscing about her past journey with Himmel's party, Sign's brief but impactful tenure with them as he debated his future, or the numerous fellow takers of the mage exam like Ubel and Denkin, the cast that makes up Frieren Beyond Journey's End is full of thoughtful, well-meaning characters who are all eager to learn and grow. I absolutely adored the cast in Frieren and loved to watch them build relationships with one another, so they decisively took home the award for Best Cast. I started playing the BGM a little too early. Frieren takes the Best Cast award. Again, stacked lineup, but Frieren's cast was the most stacked, if you ask me. Is SLF a 2024 anime? Shangri-La Frontier, it is. I actually had it win the Best Action to start off the whole thing. I think you came in like 2 or 3 awards in, but it did win the Best Action award. Frieren cast too good, deserved, good pick. Whole cast just goes so well together. I'm glad people agree. Yeah, it was like every single character. I'm not kidding. Every single character that we met, like I liked. I genuinely do not think there was a single character that I didn't like. There are characters I liked more than others, but there was nobody that I outright was like, yeah, I don't like this one. Like, everyone is good. This author is... whatever they're cooking, however long it takes, just let them do it. I trust them. Leo gets everyone's respect. He's a stand-up guy. Someone you feel you can count on. Thank you, Armando. SLF's cast was cool, too. It was, yeah. I liked them. Sunraku, Pencil Gun was my favorite in SLF. Okoitzo? I forget exactly how to pronounce, or what, it's something like Okoitzo. The blonde one. Saiger Zero, very good. I loved Emul too. The little like bunny character, that the companion one, so good. Oikatsu, yeah. Yeah, that's a really fun anime though. The next category is a very big one, a very contentious one, an award that inspires a lot of arguments, and that is Best Girl. Yes, we've reached that point of the stream where it's time to talk about our best girls and guys, our waifus and husbandos, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's time. Here are my 6 from the past 6 years. You can tell I clearly have a a type when it comes to character designs with that like reddish, pinkish color palette. Every single character I've given this award to has had that type of color palette. I'm consistent, if nothing else, right? Not to say that somebody can't win it who isn't in that color palette, but I'm just saying, historically, there's been 6 years in a row that that's what I've given it to. Yui. Yui is easily the best character in Origairu for me. This will be contentious. It always is. It always is. I don't know if anybody follows it on Reddit, but the R anime subreddit, they do like an annual best girl and best guy contest. People get, it's so funny reading through the comments on like, the way they do it is they basically set up a bracket, and every day they put up public voting for a different part of the bracket. So it's like, okay, you're voting in group A today, group B, group C, group D. And then it goes back to group A and you vote for the next contestants. And you keep going back and forth and seeing how the bracket progresses. It's really fun to see how it plays out. But as it gets closer to the end and like the big names start getting upset by smaller names, people start freaking out. They're like, what do you mean character X got upset by this nobody from this other show? They're like campaigning for their character or for their waifus in the comments with like why you should vote for them. It's so funny to read through. I love the dedication. I hope one day Leo can judge some anime girls by the content of their character. Hey, that's part of it. It's holistic, Armando. It's the design, it's the character, it's everything. Everything all together. This year, again, very stacked lineup of nominees. So let's take a look, shall we? Here are the nominees for Best Girl of 2024. Frieren from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Kumiko Omae from Hibike Euphonium. Mao Mao from The Apothecary Diaries. Marcial Donato from Dungeon Meshi. Momo Ayase from Dandadan. Yuki Suo from Roshidere. And the winner of Best Girl is Momo Ayase from Dandadan. I had read some of the Dandadan manga way before the anime came out, so I had high hopes for the adaptation, and boy did it live up to it. Momo is just as good as, if not even better than, she was in the manga. Every bit of Momo's endearing dynamic with Okarun, fun personality, obsession with Ken Takakura, and ability to throw down with spirits and aliens alike is brought to life perfectly in the anime. Even more so thanks to the amazing voice acting performance from Shion Wakayama, which couldn't possibly be more fitting for her character. Momo is a funny, incredibly lovable dork who's immensely fun to watch, and I couldn't be happier to give her the award for Best Girl of 2024. Shocker! It's that same color palette that won again. What do you know? Like I said, I'm nothing if not consistent, right? But yeah, all 6 of those great characters. It had a really big shortlist again. I had like 15-ish people that I was trying to narrow down to the final 6. I can't even talk. But ultimately, Momo is the one who took the award home. I like her too, Leo? Glad to hear it, Armando. What? Hell, you weren't expecting that, Draco? I understand the scoring system. Oh, you're hoping for Marcial. Marcial is really good too. You can't go wrong with Marcial. Hoping for Mao Mao. Also can't go wrong with Mao Mao. The good thing about Marcial and Mao Mao is that they'll have more chances because they both have sequels announced. And as long as they keep getting sequels, they will still be eligible. Until they win, then they're not eligible. I think Leo, Nivea, and Cashew could be voice actors. I mean, maybe. I feel like Cashew would be the best out of that group of 3, based on things I've heard from each of us in streams and just, I don't know. Cashew especially has the stamina, you know? Like, he could be in that recording booth for like 12 hours straight. We've seen it. He's done 12-hour streams. He can keep it up. Speaking of voices, right? You guys might notice as these awards go on, my voice in like the voiceover recordings starts to kind of die. Because I was recording these over the span of like 5 hours. So I was basically non-stop talking for 5 hours straight. The voiceover starts off really good, but by the end of it, like, you can tell if you listen closely, like, my voice is getting weaker as it goes, because like I was doing so many takes and like I would stumble over things and then re-record and re-record and re-record. Like, it was kind of frustrating when I was editing, when I started noticing it, but I thought it was kind of funny at the same time that like you can audibly hear the progression as it's like ongoing. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but like it was noticeable enough to me when I was doing it. It's the Mickey Mouse voice. That's the clincher. I mean, Mickey Mouse is pretty impressive. If you could do Donald Duck too, no, that would be crazy. You deserve an award for that one. That's the things you do for a passion project, right? What is the color palette? For the characters? Any type of like red, pink, orange type stuff. Doesn't matter if it's the hair, the eyes, the clothes. Like 02 has red clothes, pink hair, right? Takemoto has red hair and like reddish, purplish eyes. Yui with the orange hair, or like same type of thing for everybody. Momo has, she wears a lot of red. She has like a reddish eyes. She has like reddish, brownish hair. Like I'm very consistent with liking that. I like purple hair. Very rare hair color in anime. Red and pink is your thing for real. And a nice fun. I mean, you know, valid. Cashew's Nivea impression is pretty impressive. I feel like if I were to go to anybody and ask them to do impressions, yeah, I feel like Cashew's probably the one I would expect to be able to do the most. Are you crushing on Nivea, not me, Armando? That's true. Oblivion has the purple hair and purple outfit. The opposite side, best guy. We can't only talk about best girl, right? Won't you know it? I feel like I have a pretty consistent character design color palette for the guys too. With the girls, I feel like it tends to be like orange, red, pink. With the guys, it's mostly like blonde, light, white, like blonde, light brown, white. I feel like those are all kind of in the same area. But yeah, these are my winners for the last 6 years. We had Sakuta from Bunny Girl Senpai, Haruki from Given, Caster Gill, specifically Caster Gill from Fate, Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen, Shirogane from Love is War, and Kazuki from Buddy Daddies. I don't know about that, Armando. I mean, I can't confirm, but who knows? I know you're way out of my league. Yurugamesh! This is the good Gil, though. This is the not a scumbag jerk Gil. Archer Gil. Archer Gil from Fate Zero and Fate Unlimited Blade Works, or Fate Stay Night. He's a jerk. Caster Gill is a bro. I would trust Caster Gill with my life and then some. Saying you're basic. Best Guy also had a lot of good options this year. I don't think it was as stacked as Best Girl was, but a lot of good quality stuff. Gotta keep sipping on this caffeine. And if you already rejected me, told me no one will ever go with me to Applebee's. That's true. She has made her stance on not going to Applebee's pretty clear at this point. Archer Gill might have been an ass, but he was an entertaining ass. Oh, I completely agree. I think he's a great character. And I think he's very interesting. I mean, very entertaining. But he is definitely an asshole. No doubt about that. All right. Here are the nominees for Best Guy. Himmel from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Itsuomi Nagi from A Sign of Affection. Jinshi from The Apothecary Diaries. Masachika Kuze from Roshidere. Okarun from Dandadan. Senshi from Dungeon Meshi. And the winner of Best Guy is Himmel from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Himmel is such a gem of a guy that whenever people worldwide would face a new dilemma, they'd ask themselves, WWHD, what would Himmel do? Not only did this guy defeat the Demon King, but he lived such a genuine life and had such a charismatic aura that even decades after his death, and no matter where Frieren goes on her journey, she always seems to run into people who speak fondly of Himmel as they remember the ways he helped them and influenced them, Frieren herself being one of them. Himmel's empathetic personality, pure love for Frieren, and genuine desire to help anyone he could makes him an incredibly endearing guy whose long-lasting legacy, well-earned respect, and ability to influence people to be their best selves more than speaks for itself. He is, without a doubt, my favorite guy of the year. There goes the consistency with the color palette. It wasn't a blonde guy this year. No, we got Himmel with his blue hair. A very rare color. But yes, Himmel. I mean, Himmel is him, right? It's in his name. That's all you gotta say. Good to see Regis Altair come home. That's true. Regis Altair himself made a guest appearance in the anime playing as Himmel. So sad each time I see this motherfucker because I know he's already 5 feet under. I know, it's a bummer. I mean, I like that we get to keep seeing him because of the flashbacks and stuff, but Cashew stole that joke from me. Damn, Cashew, plagiarizing, no credit. Hoping for Jinshi. Jinshi's really good too. You were just a big Senshi fan, huh, Oblivion? Wanted him in both supporting and guy. I mean, Senshi is really good though, don't get me wrong. It's not a Nibby joke. I've never heard you say it before. I don't know. That sounds like somebody pleading, feigning innocence. It's on camera? Oh. Gotta go get the deets. Or the receipts. After hearing Leo describe Himmel, it's like he's describing me. Oh, Armando. I always knew that you had a Himmel inside you. Deep down, you are basically Himmel. Backhat jokes are free for both. But yeah, Himmel from Frieren gets the Best Guy award. Fantastic guy. I mean, again, kind of like with Best Girl, I think you can't really go wrong with any of them. All just comes down to personal preference. But I thought Himmel was great. That's a high evaluation. It is. I mean, anybody would aspire to be a Himmel. I wish I could be even a 10% Himmel. Best couple or ship. This is the final character award. Another pretty good lineup of stuff. Here are my winners from the past 6 years. Narumi and Hirotaka from Bodokoi, which I still live every day, hoping that today is the day they'll announce a season 2. I've read the entire manga. It's really good. There's a ton of good stuff after the anime ends. I would kill for another season of Bodokoi. Kaguya and Shirogane, of course, are iconic. Adachi and Shimamura from the show of the same name. 2020 was a really down year for romance. There was like no ships I liked, except for this one. Machi and Yuki from Fruits Basket. I actually like Machi and Yuki more than Kyo and Toru, which I think is kind of an unpopular opinion, but I mean, they're both good, but I loved Machi and Yuki. Ushio and Shinpei from Summertime Render, and Magari and Nakami from Insomniacs After School. I like always trying to find like a cute picture of them to do these little summaries. Kyo and Toru, those are some of the goats, for sure. I have no input since I've watched none of these yet. Ushio and Shinpei, those are the goats. I really like when it's not even a romance anime, but it has a really good ship in it. Like, I love a good romantic subplot of a non-romantic show. I'm worried if yours doesn't win. Uh-oh. I'm 80% Himmel? I wish, Armando. Or the kittens from the cats. Ooh, I like that. I feel like Cashew needs to adopt that moving forward. Very fitting for a Catboy. Alright, well, I won't keep you guys waiting. +2. Ooh, you got 2 points for that? That's good. Here are the nominees for Best Couple or Ship. Mao Mao and Jinchi from The Apothecary Diaries. Momo and Okarun from Dandadan. Yamada and Ichikawa from The Dangers of My Heart. Frieren and Himmel from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Yuki and Itsuomi from A Sign of Affection. Hollow and Lawrence from Spice and Wolf. And the winner of Best Couple or Ship is Momo and Okarun from Dandadan. What happens when a spunky spirit dork meets an alien nerd, you might ask? Well, the answer is one of the best ships in years. Both Momo and Okarun are immensely likable on their own, and they share a fantastic dynamic together that only gets better as they spend more and more time with one another. The mutual trust and growing interest they have in one another is palpable, and both of them clearly bring out the best in each other. They genuinely feel meant to be with how perfectly their personalities and interests complement one another. Momo and Okarun are two dorks that are absolutely perfect for each other, and it's really cute seeing them start to realize their feelings and want to spend more time with each other. They're easily my favorite ship of the year, and I can't wait to see how it develops from here. I said they're easily my favorite ship of the year towards the end there. That's not true. They are my favorite ship of the year, but I would not say easily. That was a little gung-ho of me when I was recording. I was extremely torn, actually, between Momo and Okarun and Himmel and Frieren. That was one of the awards that took me the longest to actually come up with a winner for, because I was debating between those two for a really long time. I had to give it to them because we get to see them interact more, and I'm really interested in like progression, but Himmel and Frieren are like, oh man, because it just makes me so sad, like seeing what could have been in all the flashbacks. But yeah, it was very, very stacked category. I agree with you there, Josh. Thin Ice Leo, I assume Argoth. Were you hoping for Yamada Ichikawa? I know that you loved that for romance, so I'm assuming that's who you wanted for couple as well. But yeah, so the award, Armando, they could be a couple, but it could also be a ship. They don't have to actually be like dating to win. As long as I think they're good together, doesn't matter if they're actually dating or not, then they're eligible. Himmel Frieren's good. That's what I thought would win. I was hoping for Spice and Wolf. Spice and Wolf put up a real good fight. I think Spice and Wolf is one of those shows that, like, I've never seen the original. I started with this remake, so I think there's another season of that announced too. I think as it progresses, they're gonna grow on me even more, and they were already top 6, even just in the first season. So I assume with like a season 2, a season 3, it's probably gonna keep rising. My Ira Okarun crack ship couldn't get on the ballot. Need to stuff the box some more. Ira Okarun crack ship. Oh my god, Cashew. Nivi must hate you for that. I mean, I like Ira, don't get me wrong, but you know, people can ship whoever they want. I don't judge, but going against Momo is something else. Don't have to be banging, just hanging. Exactly. Even if they just go to Applebee's together, Armando, that makes it valid. Oh, she does. Oh, man. But yeah, so that was Best Couple or Ship goes to Dan to Dan, which ends up taking both Girl and Couple or Ship. 2 of the last 3. With that out of the way, we enter the Music Awards. My personal favorite section of the awards is the music section. I'm a huge, huge fan of music. If you guys don't know, I spend an egregious amount of time listening to music. I am pretty much always listening to music, except when I'm streaming or sleeping. I go to a shit ton of concerts. I've been to like 90 different concerts. I've seen like 150 plus different bands. Like, I listen to an absurd amount of soundtracks. I love music, okay? So this is a really good category to me. I like really diving into the music. Also, hello, ROC. I forgot to say hi when you popped in earlier, but welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. And also, hello, Jin. Welcome. Hope you're doing well, even while sleeping. Nirvana's for old people, you hear? Oh, boy. I mean, I don't really listen to Nirvana, but... do you like Nirvana, or are you too young? I do know them. I don't really listen to them, though. I respect them. Here are the winners of the best opening for the last 6 years. Kokoku in 2018, Dororo in 2019, D4DJ in 2020. I adore the D4DJ. Actually, basically the 2020 to 2023 stretch is goated. That opening for all 4 of those years is like a 10 out of 10 every single year. D4DJ, Link Click, Spy Family, and Zom 100, those are all so good. Also, for the openings and endings, obviously I need to watch the anime to like have it be eligible for the awards, because I want to know the context and have seen it. But for something like opening or ending, I don't need to watch the anime. As long as I watch the opening or the ending, if I like it, it's still going to be eligible. Now, it has never been the case that has actually won over something I actually watched. But just as an aside, because I feel like you can still watch it and enjoy it without seeing the show, but the show adds a lot to it. Good, how are you? I'm doing well as well, ROC, thank you. Very happy I can finally do these awards, because it is my passion project. Been replaying Kokoku again recently, goodness, it's such a banger. Dororo love, glad to see somebody else enjoys it. I'm trying to remember how stacked. I don't feel like this was a crazy year for openings. Like, there were some really good ones, but was it like dominant? Oh, I hit 700 mid-stream? Nice. Thank you, whoever subscribed to mid-stream. I appreciate it. 700, nice. My goal for the year is 1,000. So that's a very nice milestone to hit. Woo! Party's over, but you still want to dance. Yeah, that intro to the Dororo opening is very nice. All right, before I show the nominees and stuff, I am going to go to a quick idle meeting. I should be back in less than a minute, but I will be right back. And I have a new BRB screen and music, actually, so you can see what that is while I'm away. BRB. I don't know what clusterfuck just happened right there. I was trying to switch back to the scene, but then it started playing one of the previous category winner, so you probably heard some random voiceover happen there. That was weird. Anyway, I switched my stinger after I switched the transition because I didn't realize I hadn't done it in the first place. 82 seconds? I was back at my chair 10 seconds ago. I just didn't switch. I didn't hit under a minute. I'm so disappointed in myself. They're doing a new Superman movie this year? Sorry for being off topic. Just saw the trailer. It looks good. I have not seen that was announced. But that's fine. No problem. I haven't seen a superhero movie in quite a while, actually. I'm extremely behind on all things like Marvel and DC, and I can't even remember the last one I watched, honestly. Is that the anime that you just mentioned, Jin? A Returner's Magic Should Be Special? Is that the English name for it? I just looked it up. It looks like it just finished about a year ago. You hear about the Nikkei update? I saw they were going to release some new story chapters. I think chapters 35 and 36 were announced. Anime adaptation wasn't that great. I heard there was a surprisingly good one recently, like Wistoria, Wand and Sword, something like that. It's from the same author who does Danmachi. It just had a season. I haven't seen it yet. It was like 6 months ago it got a season, and then I think they announced a season 2 as well. Supposedly the animation is really good. The story is amazing? Oh. I'll have to put that on my watch list. Alrighty, let's start the music section. Here are the nominees. Oh yeah, I do play the audio as well, by the way. So it's just like a quick snippet, but I want to make sure I try to edit it in a way that like you get to hear it for the music stuff too. So here are the nominees for Best Opening. Otsunoke by Creepy Nuts from Dandadan. Bokuwa by Atarayo from The Dangers of My Heart. Wrong World by Togenashi Togeari from Girls Band Cry. Abyss by Youngblood from Kaiju Number 8. Suyagaru Girl by Bochi Boromaru featuring Masa from Makeine. Ichiban Kagayaku Hoshi by Sumirai Uesaka from Roshidere. And the winner of Best Opening is Bokuwa by Atarayo from The Dangers of My Heart. I absolutely adore this opening. From the way it shows the gradual progression in Yamada and Ichikawa's relationship from strangers to in love, to the pretty and colorful visuals, to the song's insanely catchy chorus, to the cute references, and most of all, to the fun scene of the main cast dancing together with Yamada and Ichikawa ending it by making a heart. I've said it many times before, but I love it when openings or endings feature the cast dancing together in some way, and Bokuwa is one of the best versions of that I have ever seen. Bokuwa is an absolutely phenomenal opening that I not only never skip, but I would actually rewind to watch it again just because of how fun it is. Between the upbeat song and cute depiction of first love, it absolutely oozes personality and it made me smile every time I saw it. How perfect is that image I have there for that? I love it. I love the dancing. Another point in your favor, I thought it was kind of funny when I didn't give it to the couple and ship award because I knew they were getting the next one. So I was like, all right, Argoth will be happy about that at least. Dance is so cute. It is. It is. I love it when characters dance. You have it in Link Click. There's the characters, the main guy dances in there. Zom 100, the characters all dance together. Um, I didn't give it the win in 2018, but the Wodakoi opening as well has the characters dancing. Oshinoko didn't make the list. I liked it, but I didn't like it as much as the first seasons. And also, the Bling Bang Born thing, Oblivion, if I'm being totally honest, I've never really liked that opening. I know it was super, super popular when it came out, but I honestly never liked it. But obviously, to each their own. Oh, Cashew, you're with me? Thank you. I always feel bad saying it, because I feel like everybody loves it. I'm like, Creepy Nuts does good stuff. Like, obviously the Dandadan one was in here, but like, I don't know. I never understood why people liked it so much. Just noticed the bow on the model. Yeah, I had to spice myself. I should probably take the tie off, honestly. Oops, that's not the tie. That's not the tie. That's not the tie. There we go. I forgot what my freaking shortcut was, and I pressed every single other shortcut. Dance is so cute. It was a pretty good selection, though, I've got to say. It was good, but I couldn't understand why it captured the world so... I couldn't either. Was it just because the dance was funny? Like, it was a good TikTok dance, I guess? So people could just do it easily, and they would, like... I don't know, they cosplay random characters, and they're like, today, we have Frieren and Himmel doing the Bling Bang Born song, or the dance, yay! And then today, we have Aqua and Ruby from Oshinoko doing it, yay! I'm like, okay, like, cool, I guess. Whatever makes people happy, though. I don't judge. Catchy and memeable, most likely? That would make sense, yeah. It is memeable for sure. And I can't deny it's catchy. It's not my kind of music, but like, I can't deny it. It's okay, I do. Yeah, you can do the judging on the side. I'm not sure what that version is, Oblivion. If you want to send it to me, I can watch later. But yeah, so Dangers in My Heart gets the first award in the music section with a very nice opening. Now, we have OST, short for Official Soundtrack, I believe that's what it's short for. That's always what I assumed it was short for. Basically the BGM. So this does not include insert songs. This is just the background music. Here are my winners for the last 6 years. We've had some amazing soundtracks. Violet Evergarden. Pretty sure I DM'd it to you, but I'll do it again after stream. You may have at some point, and I just forgot. Original soundtrack. Okay. Did I say official? Yeah, original makes sense. Boogie Pop, which I think amazing soundtrack. It's very underrated. Fate Babylonia. I'm totally not biased. Aquatope on White Sand, Made in Abyss, and Vinland Saga. I can't remember the composer for all of these off the top of my head. Violet Evergarden, I think, was Evan Call. Boogie Pop, I think, is Kensuke Ushio. I like both of them a lot. I don't remember the Fate one. I feel like it's multiple people who collaborated on it. Yoshiaki Dewa, I think, is Aquatope. Made in Abyss is Kevin Penkin. And Vinland Saga... Yutaka Yamada. So I think I remember all 5 except for Fate. Which I guess is ironic, given how much I love Fate. But I'm pretty sure Fate is multiple people. Made in Abyss is Kevin Penkin. He's really good. He also did Spice and Wolf, actually, this year. And, oh, Kevin Penkin was on Spice and Wolf and Apothecary Diaries. Very talented guy. Basically, if I see the soundtrack is from Evan Call, Yoshiaki Dewa, Kensuke Ushio, and Kevin Penkin, any of those 4, I'm like, oh, we're in for some good shit. Yuki Kajiura also does really good stuff. Hiroyuki Sawano, of course, is classic. Yeah, a lot of really good composers in the business right now. But, all of that aside, here are the nominees for Best Soundtrack: The Apothecary Diaries, Chained Soldier, The Dangers of My Heart, Frieren Beyond Journey's End, Hibike Euphonium, Look Back, and the winner of Best Soundtrack is Frieren Beyond Journey's End. I've long been a fan of Evan Call's work, and with Frieren's win for Best Soundtrack, he becomes the first composer to win this award more than once. The soundtrack is equal parts uplifting, bittersweet, fantastical, and somber, which pairs excellently with both Frieren's physical journey to Ende and her emotional journey through her past. Whether it's an upbeat track as Frieren annihilates an enemy, mournful vocals as she reminisces on what she's lost, an emotional crescendo as she takes another step forward, or a seemingly Lord of the Rings inspired main theme, the soundtrack has a beautiful track for every situation, complementing the emotional highs and lows and amplifying the big moments flawlessly. Evan Call's soundtrack for Frieren is a fantastic collection of tracks that serves as the perfect accompaniment to the emotional journey the anime takes us on, and is one that I'm sure anyone who's a fan of soundtracks will appreciate. Frieren Beyond Journey's End, Best Soundtrack, Evan Call. I was just talking about specific composers, but I'm a big Evan Call fan. He crushed it on the Frieren soundtrack. I have a lot of songs from it in my anime soundtrack playlist. The specific picture I have here actually is one of my favorite songs from the soundtrack. I think it's called like Where the Blue Moon Weed, or The Blue Moon Weed Grows, something like that. It's the song that plays in the specific scene where she like flies up and sees the blue flowers from Himmel's hometown. Really, really, really good soundtrack. Not enough rapping monk in here. Metaphor's not here. They did announce a Metaphor anime, I think, actually. So I'm sure we'll get to hear that in anime form soon enough. And it will be eligible for the awards whenever it comes out. I'll accept it. I know, it's not Dangers, but it's some good stuff. Dangers was Kensuke Ushio as well, who, again, he slaps. He does amazing stuff. It's news to me. I'm like 80% sure. I'm hoping I didn't make it up, but I feel like they announced it. I'm gonna double check right now. Metaphor. Okay, it doesn't look like it's... It says 2 months ago? So it looks like in December, talk of an anime started picking up. I'm not sure if it was officially announced or if I just misread something as like a rumor as officially announced or what, but I mean, they did do anime for Persona 3, 4, and 5, so I would not be surprised at all if they did do an anime for Metaphor, but we'll see. Let's hope it's better than the Persona one. Yeah, I heard, what was it? The Persona 5 one sucked. And then, what was it? Persona 3 had a good movie. Persona 4 anime was like decent, and then 5 just sucked. I want to say that was what I've heard. I haven't seen any of them, so I can't confirm though. After soundtrack, we really dig into it. The best single specific track. So, like I said, I listen to a lot of soundtracks. If I like a soundtrack in an anime, chances are as soon as it has a release, I'm going to be looking it up on Spotify or iTunes, wherever I can find it, and adding songs to my playlist, sifting through the whole track list to find the specific songs that I remember playing at specific scenes I liked, whatever it is. I really like honing in on like a specific song. So this is the best single song from a soundtrack. And it's based on, one, how much I like the song itself, and two, how the song is used in the scene. Like, I really have to like its usage in the scene. I can't just think it's a good song. So these are the winners from the last 6 years. Again, this is scene related. No spoilers though, okay? I'm not gonna spoil what happens in whatever scene it plays or whatever. This is just talking about the song. So Letters from Heaven from Violet Evergarden. I mean, all of these pictures are references to the scene they play in without spoilers, so if you've seen any of the anime, if the picture seems familiar, you probably know the song that plays during it. Wish of the Doll is like a 7-minute long epic. The main theme from Fate Babylonia, pretty much. I use that as my theme song when I'm rolling gacha. When I'm rolling it off stream, I listen to that song, and I time my roll when the song drops because I think it gives me good luck. Hear My Voice from 86, really, really emotional one. Call of the Night is super chill. I love just having that soundtrack on in the background. I think that was Yoshiaki Dewa again, actually. And Somewhere Not Here from Vinland Saga, which plays during like my favorite scene in the whole anime. Call of the Night. I love that song. I love the song. The whole soundtrack is good, but that specific song is like 10 out of 10. It's just the perfect, like, if I just like took a nighttime walk, that's the type of song I want to listen to. So good. Same thing as the best opening section. I do have clips of the songs playing as well as clips of the scene. Ambiguous clips so that it doesn't spoil things, but so that you can get an idea or remind yourself of what's happening when the song plays. So yeah, here are the nominees for Best OST Track. Bright Season from Look Back. Final One from Look Back. Paranormal Funk from Dandadan. Symphonic Suite Level 2 from Solo Leveling. With a Wish in Mind, Our Hearts Are One from Hibike Euphonium. Zoltrack from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. And the winner of Best OST Track is Final One from Look Back. Final One played during one of my personal favorite scenes in anime in 2024, and the scene that, at least in my opinion, defined Look Back's message. The way the song begins with a soft piano and then gradually adds in additional instruments and picks up in tempo did a great job paralleling the way in which the scene itself swells on an emotional level, and really emphasized exactly what the characters were thinking and feeling in the moment that it played. This is a really difficult track to talk about without explicitly discussing the scene itself, but it's one that I really believe you'll understand why I picked it if you've seen the movie. It's a bittersweet track that perfectly accompanied the emotional climax to the film, and one that helps hammer home the theme of Look Back. Final One from Look Back. That soundtrack is so good and the songs were used so well that I had to have 2 nominees from it. This was also another one where it was a stacked list. I had a hard time narrowing it down to 6. I could have put like 7 different Frieren songs in here. I could have put basically every song from Look Back in here. Like, there were so many damn good songs here. The blowing nose thing. It's an amazing scene. It's an amazing song. Again, it's hard to talk about it without spoiling things, which is why I try to be super ambiguous, but amazing song. The way it progresses, like, in tandem with the scene is super nice. If you haven't seen Look Back, great movie, highly recommend it. Especially if you're like a creative. Doesn't matter if you're a streamer, a video maker, a artist, musician, an actor. If you do any type of creating, I think you'll appreciate the movie. And it's only like 50 minutes. It's short. It's easy to watch. Yeah, so Look Back gets its first win. And now, in addition to the background music, now we specifically are going to talk about the inserts. So, songs that have vocals generally, and generally are only going to be played once. They play during a specific scene that's like a really big moment. That's like an insert song. Better illustrating it, I guess, would be some of my examples of winners here. A Place Further Than the Universe had like 4 or 5 different insert songs. The one where like, I don't even want to specifically say things because I don't know if talking about the scenes themselves are spoilers, but A Place Further had 4 or 5. Carol and Tuesday had a ton because they perform songs. D4DJ, same thing. Vivi, same thing. Blue Giant, same thing. And Cyberpunk had a few different ones. You know, if you've seen Cyberpunk, I Really Want to Stay at Your House. That's an insert song, right? Great song. So this is holistically, how does the anime as a whole use insert songs? If it has multiple inserts, even better, because it's used more often and I have a better sense of how it's used. Bang Dream. You guys know I love Bang Dream. That series consistently has great insert uses. It's never actually won in the awards, despite that. There's always been a different show that I felt was slightly above it. But yeah. Sag, I'll take care of you. What did I say that needs taking care of? Yeah, I think it's a pretty good selection of winners from previous years. Some definitely strong ones this year. So let's take a look. The title of a song, I'll Take Care of You. Is that from one of these anime? I can't think of a song I know that's titled that. Unless it's a Carol and Tuesday song and I can't remember it. All right, here are the nominees for Best Use of Insert Songs. The Apothecary Diaries, Girls Band Cry, The Beat Gay Euphonium, Solo Leveling, Sword Art Online Alternative, VTuber Legend, and the winner of Best Use of Inserts is Girls Band Cry. The insert song scenes in Girls Band Cry are a fantastic marriage of great music and emotional story beats, which is exactly what I want to see from any kind of band anime. There are roughly half a dozen inserts across the 13 episodes, and each one essentially caps off a mini-arc with an engaging and emotional performance that had me glued to my screen. Even more so because Girls Band Cry has the most realistic feeling concert scenes I have ever seen in anime, and that's coming from someone who's been to nearly 100 shows myself. The band members are wearing their hearts on their sleeves as they perform songs meaningful to them. The character movements are fluid and realistic, and the crowd feels alive. The highest praise I can offer is that these insert scenes feel like real concerts, and when you combine the emotions behind each of these scenes with how fun they are to watch and how great the songs are, you end up with nothing short of the best insert use of the year. I'm sure that's a shocker to anybody who knows anything about Girls Band Cry, with how I love the girl band anime and frequently give the awards to the girl band anime in these categories. But Girls Band Cry is, again, like I said in the write-up, another amazing set of inserts, another amazing set of performance scenes, great emotions behind those performances. Just a really strong set of inserts all around. I listen to the songs constantly. Like, they are in heavy rotation in my playlist. And like I said, too, like the animation in those scenes, how engaging those scenes are. Chef's kiss. They really cooked up. It's, I think Toei Animation is the studio behind this. Hello, Serby, welcome. Hope you're doing well. No problem at all about being late. The VOD is always there. We're just over halfway through. I think soundtrack was halfway, so this was award number 17 out of 30. So you still got a good chunk left. Yeah, I'm sure you're very happy to see Girls Band Cry, Josh. I know you've wanted it to win the last couple. I'll have to watch the VOD later and see how little anime I've watched this year. I'm sure you've seen at least some. I get it, though. I usually binge watch a bunch at the end of the year. It's hard to keep up during the year. So, best insert track. Again, same thing as with the soundtrack. I'm going to hone in on one specific insert scene, one specific track that I really liked, whether it was the song, how it was used, ideally both. Now, this is the category that Bang Dream tends to do very, very well in. You can see Bang Dream has won half of the awards since I've started doing it. again, the screenshots I used reference the scene the song plays in, so if you've seen the anime, hopefully it helps you remember the actual song and where it might have been used. The Place Further one is an all-time classic for me. I adore that. The Vivi one was really good too. Same with 86. This is an amazing selection of songs here. Girls Band Cry. That's an interesting prediction, Josh. I think if I look at it, like, historically, so there's only been 2 times since I started doing the award, which is kind of interesting, that the same series wins insert use and insert song. A Place Further Than the Universe did it in 2018, and then Vivi did it in 2021. But all the other 4 years, the insert use and the insert song shows were different, which is kind of interesting. I wonder what it was for soundtrack. So for best soundtrack, Violet won it the same year. 2019 was different. 2020 was the same. 2021 was different. 2 was different. 3 was the same. So for soundtrack, it's 50-50. Oh wait, and then this year it was also different. So soundtrack, it's won the same. It's won both categories 3 out of 7 times. And then inserts, it's been 2 out of 6. But we'll see. You guys can find out right now if Girls Band Cry manages to pull it off and become 3 out of 7, or if it's something different again. So, enjoy the audio clips. Here are the nominees for Best Insert Song.
This is gonna come from me.
Dark Aria Level 2 from Solo Leveling.
Can you find a light?
Emptiness and Catharsis from Girls Band Cry. Hitatose no Uta from Hibike Euphonium. Light Song from Look Back. Poppin' 2 from Oshinoko. What to Raise from Girls Band Cry. And the winner of Best Insert Song is Emptiness and Catharsis from Girls Band Cry. No way! You mean to tell me that Leo Lovelace, known simp of girl band anime, picked the classic insert song where the band unites for their most emotional and impactful performance of the series as his best insert song of the year? Yup. Emptiness and Catharsis is another amazing example of how band anime can deliver the perfect combination of great music and emotional scenes in a concert scenario. And I would go so far as to say that Emptiness and Catharsis is one of the best ones out there. It comes in response to the band experiencing one of their greatest challenges yet, and has the girls letting loose and delivering a rousing performance, playing for an enthusiastic crowd on their biggest stage yet with a banger of a song. It shows how far the girls have come throughout the series, shows just how much fun they have playing music together, and shows how much the crowd reciprocates that feeling. Emptiness and Catharsis is the kind of peak band anime material that I live for. A phenomenal song, an adrenaline-fueled performance, amazing visuals, and thematic references all rolled together into 3 incredibly memorable minutes. Hey, the picture I picked is almost the exact same that the video ended on. That's funny. Yeah, shocker. I'm sure nobody saw Girls Band Cry winning that one coming. I mean, I think it was a great selection though. Like, Light Song, I thought was amazing. I cried listening to that one a couple times. Dark Aria I thought was great. Did not expect an insert song to pop in that scene, but boy was that a phenomenal spot to use one. Poppin' 2 was fun, and I'm blanking on what the other one was. I feel like it was another sad one. I don't know why I can't remember it. But yeah, I even mentioned it at the start there. It's no surprise that I, the known simp of girl band anime, would pick a classic girl band performance scene song, but I'm not exaggerating when I say this was, like, phenomenal. I did see that Bocchi got a second season, Jin. I'm very excited about that. I adored the first season of Bocchi. That was my anime of the year in 2022. And it's going to be, I'm sure, another amazing season. I did see they announced the director changed, which people are some people are iffy on, considering the same guy did Bocchi and Frieren. Like, he's a phenomenal director. But it looks like the new director was an assistant director under him, so I feel like it's probably in good hands. And they're very experienced, so... Soul Leveling Robbed, only one I've seen on the list. Love the progression of 3D anime as of late. Yeah, like, Trigun was so good last year for 3D anime, and Girls Band Cry this year was, like, again, an amazing 3D one. Good transition. Thank you. K-On! And Fuka. I loved K-On! K-On's also in my top 10. I have not seen Fuka, though. I think that's the one where the main character has blue hair, right? Yeah, there's like 6 or 7 really good inserts in Girls Band Cry, and yeah, this one is peak. The final category in the music section is the best ED. I like to start it with openings and then end it with endings because that's how an anime episode goes. So here are my winners from the last 6 years. Grand Blue in 2018, Kakiguri in 2019, Bang Dream in 2020, 86, Attack on Titan, and Frieren. The Frieren one is like goated. I will say that this category is one of the weaker ones for the year, I thought. There were still good ones. Again, don't get me wrong. I have 6 nominees. I liked all 6. But I wasn't like... I don't know. Like, if I'm being objective and looking at all of the categories, this is definitely one of the categories that I was like... I would put it towards the bottom end of all of the categories. For the overall strength of it for the whole year. There were good ones. But it wasn't like blow me away with everything, like drama or protagonist or, you know, girl or soundtrack. Like, those ones all blew me away. Supporting, too. Like, very, very high up. Girls Band Cry again? You think Girls Band Cry is going to go for the 3-peat, huh? 3 in a row? I don't think any show has ever done that. The most a show has ever done in a row is 2. So that would be impressive. But we'll find out. Right now. Here are the nominees for the final category of the music section, Best Ending. Enjoy. Twinkling Ash by Regal Lily from Dungeon Meshi. Seikaiwa Iranai by Akari Nanawo from Go-Go Loser Ranger. Crazy for You by Shion Wakayama from Makeine. Burning by Hitsuji Bungaku from Oshinoko. Request by Krage from Solo Leveling. Andante by Claris from Spice and Wolf. And the winner of Best Ending is Crazy for You by Shion Wakayama from Makeine. I was immediately struck by the beautiful visuals when I first saw this ED, featuring both a vibrant color palette and really fluid animation, and the catchy song just made me appreciate it even more. But what really sold this ending theme to me, even more so than the pretty visuals and catchy chorus, was, you guessed it, the final part of the ED where Lemon joyfully dances with her childhood friend. I love how happy she looks as she dances with him and absolutely adore the quick sequence where he spins Lemon around as she smoothly removes her jacket with a huge smile on her face. I can never get enough of seeing characters have fun in openings and endings, and while all 3 of Makeine's endings were good, Crazy for You stood out the most to me with its standout visuals, catchy song, and of course, Lemon happily dancing. Yeah, so Makeine for Best Ending. To your point, Serby, I actually was very torn between Go-Go Loser Ranger and this one. Like, it was one of the 2 final... those were the 2 finalists I had for this category, and it was one of the last categories I actually picked a winner in because I just could not decide. Like, I rewatched those openings so many times back to back because I was trying to figure it out. And I think what came down to it is just that I slightly prefer the song in the Maki Ine one a little bit more. But both of them are amazing. Go-Go Loser Ranger was a lot more fun than I expected. Like, the opening for that actually is really good too. Kaiju ED was one of the last ones that I cut from the final 6. I think I had Kaiju at like 7 or 8 or something like that. It almost made it in. That one is very good too though. Everything done, I can live with this barely. Which one did you want, Argoth? Forgot how good Maki Ine was. Very, very fun comedy. But yes, it is a very pretty ending. Maki Ine also had 3 different endings. All 3 of the girls got their own ending. I thought this one was the best of the 3, but you really can't go wrong with any of them, honestly. I actually had the first one as one of the final 6 for a while. Ended up replacing it with solo leveling. But yeah, so with the music section done, we enter the production section. So this is mostly visuals and voice acting, basically. So art, animation, character design, and voice acting. And then after this section, we're into the big kahunas. The biggest hitting categories, you might say. Endings don't matter to me at all. I just meant the awards overall. All right. We're still net positive. Devil May Cry anime. I did see that they announced a Devil May Cry anime. Yeah. I have not played the game. I've been seeing some of Cashew playing it. I did see the trailer for the DMC anime though, and I really liked it. I didn't expect them to have the song they did, but had an anime already? Did it just come out? I know they released a trailer for a new one. Art time, nice. Then did enter solo leveling. Art direction was flawless. I'm trying to remember what 6 I have. I definitely put a lot of emphasis on like background art when I'm doing it. You can probably get a sense of that based on my pictures here. If I think it's pretty background art, it's probably going to do pretty well. Or just like general art, I guess, that's used. So these are my winners for the last 6 years. Violet Evergarden, Vinland Saga, Great Pretender. I love the colors in Great Pretender. Aquataupe, Call of the Night, and Heavenly Delusion. There's one anime in my final 6 for this year that I really picked because it was very simple art. Like very simple background art, but I loved the colors. Dorohedoro robbed whatever year it came out. I actually didn't watch it, so I mean, if I had watched it, maybe it would have made it in. I think I watched the first episode actually, and then I paused it, and I never went back for whatever reason. But I know you're a huge fan of that. They announced a season 2 actually, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they announced a continuation. One of my top series ever. You must be stoked then. Season 2 is announced. As long as they don't devil as a part-timer or Promise Neverland it, then you should be good. Those are the only 2 series where, like, I was so disappointed in the sequel. Very stoked? Hell yeah. Manga's finished and season 1 is very true to the manga. That's good. Then yeah, hopefully if it's a similar approach to adapting it, then it should be just as good. Man, I meant to I turned the chat music off because I was gonna swap to the nominee thing, and then I got a crazy yawn as soon as I was about to talk, so it's just sitting here in silence. That's not what I was going for. I'm sorry. Anyway, here are the nominees for Best Art. Dungeon Meshi, Ririn Beyond Journey's End, Hibike Euphonium, Make Ine, Pseudo Harem, Shoshimin How to Become Ordinary. And the winner of Best Art is Hibike Euphonium. KyoAni is well known for their beautiful visuals and background art, and Hibike Euphonium not only continues that trend, but may very well be their best offering yet. Whether it's a quiet city serving as the backdrop for everyday life, a pretty shot of nature, a warm sunset contrasting a cold confrontation, or a beautiful starry sky and lit up cityscape at night, they all add tons of depth and detail to every shot, in turn helping to further bring the world of Hibike Euphonium to life. KyoAni's background art in Hibike's third season is absolutely gorgeous, making for a visual feast that more than earned this award. Hibike. So I'm no artist. I can't claim to be experienced when it comes to art. These visual awards are basically just on what I found most pleasing to my eyes. And thus, Hibike was the most pleasing of all of them. To my untrained eyes. Yeah, I think KyoAni does great stuff. They won it in the past for Violet Evergarden. That had beautiful art. And I think Hibike has some phenomenal art as well. I tried to showcase it with the right up there with a bunch of different shots, different times of day, different places. You know, in the city, in nature, like, it doesn't matter where they are. The visuals always look phenomenal. And I really like they have a lot of just pretty shots of like art in general, but like when you have the characters in it too, and it's just adding to the scene, like in this picture right here where you have Kumiko and Reina sitting on the thing, but then you have like this gorgeous art around them. Oh, I love that. Pseudo Harem is the anime I was talking about that had like comparatively kind of simple art, but I really, really like how the colors are used in that. Sentai Red Isekai. I have not seen that anime, Jin. I heard about it though. I think people are liking it. I know that's the anime where I think it's the Red Ranger gets isekai'd into like another world, pretty much, which is a really funny concept for an anime. It is on my list to check out. Character design next. Again, whatever designs I thought were the most appealing in style is going to end up winning this, but in the past 6 years, we had Violet Evergarden. Violet Evergarden swept the visuals that year. Actually, art, animation, and character design. It won all three. Slime, I really like the variety. Great Pretender, Trigger does amazing work. Odd Taxi, super unique stuff. Great variety. Cyberpunk, again, Trigger. Oshinoko, beautiful designs. Love the hair, love the eyes. Yeah. You guys probably noticed too, I don't have as much to say when it comes to these visual things, because I don't know a whole lot about it, so it's mostly me just like, what looked pretty to my eye in caveman voice. Anyway, we'll go through these visual ones kind of fast because I don't have as much to say, but here are the nominees for Best Character Design. Dan to Dan, Dungeon Meshi, Hibike Euphonium, Roshidere, Shangri-La Frontier, Undead Unluck, and the winner of Best Character Design is Dungeon Meshi. This marks the third time a Trigger anime has won this award, so I guess I have a type? The character designs in Dungeon Meshi are phenomenal. They're wonderfully varied, with characters having a massive range of unique features and including characters spanning many different species, sizes, and color palettes. They look great in motion, and I loved how expressive they were, especially the faces. Some of the reactions to Laios' monster cravings or the wild things they encounter in the dungeon had me bursting out laughing. I've always loved Trigger's character designs, and Dungeon Meshi's versatile set of distinctive and memorable designs for the cast and monsters alike made it all the more entertaining to watch. I made myself laugh watching that when the Marcial face where she's like half dead, basically. Marcial faces are so good. I can never get enough of that. But yeah, Dungeon Meshi takes the best character design, which, as I said, Trigger, I love Trigger's work visually. So they they won it for Great Pretender, Cyberpunk, and now Dungeon Meshi, which actually is every 2 years, basically. So 2020, 2022, and now 2024. So check out the Leo Lovelace Awards in 2026 when whatever Trigger anime comes out in 2 years wins the award, inevitably. Because yeah, every other year. Well, not 2018, but every year since then. Even more Dungeon Meshi is lovely. That it is. I am always very happy to talk about Dungeon Meshi. And the final visual thing, best animation. We have a pretty good variety. I definitely would make a change though, which I will mention, but Violet Evergarden in 2018, amazing character animation. Mob Psycho, great character animation, great action. Keep Your Hands Off Eizouken was super fun. Jujutsu, Cyberpunk, and Trigun. Trigun is a 3D one. That one of the best 3D, if not the best 3D that I've seen. And it's just gonna get better. I can't wait for the sequel. What is it? I forget what it's called, but I'm sure it's gonna be good. The change I would make is 2022. I gave it to Cyberpunk. In hindsight, I would give it to Bochi. I mean, I still really like Cyberpunk, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not upset that I gave it to Cyberpunk. But the more I think about it retroactively, which I do a lot with these awards, there's definitely certain ones that I would have changed throughout previous sections, but I would have given it to Bochi in 2022 if I could redo it. Daily Life of the Immortal King. I have not seen that, but it is on my list. I've heard it's pretty good. Yeah, let's keep the train rolling because I want to get close to the Big Kahuna Awards. So here are the nominees for Best Animation. Dan to Dan, Dungeon Meshi, Frieren Beyond Journey's End, Girls Band Cry, Hibike Euphonium, Solo Leveling, and the winner of Best Animation is Girls Band Cry. Last year, I gave this award to Trigun Stampede and talked about how the CG animation in that was some of the best I'd ever seen. And now, a year later, another CG anime takes the crown after Girls Band Cry blew me away with its amazing offering. The character animation is incredibly well done, with immensely expressive faces and fluid motion combining with interesting camera work that makes full use of the 3D space they have at their disposal. Hair and clothes physics look and behave naturally, moving with characters as they do and swaying in the wind. Concert scenes are outstanding, with the camera flying around the stage and through the crowd to create a sense of non-stop movement and energy. And the crowds at those concerts look and feel alive. They jump and sway along with the music in a way that made me feel like I was right there with them. The animation in Girls Band Cry has an immense amount of personality thanks to the expressive character animation and great camera work and use of 3D space, which all work together to create a phenomenally animated series with a ton of energy. Girls Band Cry. So this is another one that I was super conflicted on. It was Girls Band Cry and Frieren were the two that I kept going back and forth between. I mean, there's a lot of good things about both of them that I absolutely love. I gave it to Girls Band Cry in the end. Because I love the concert scenes. I love how alive they feel. I love the camera work in them. Like, I can't even talk about the concert stuff enough. Like, they are so fun. I think I mentioned it in the Insert Use award that Girls Band Cry won, but yeah, like, I've been to almost 100 shows, and Girls Band Cry is the closest I've ever felt to feeling like I'm at a concert when I'm watching an anime. Like, those shows, or those concert scenes are amazing. I loved how expressive the characters were, like, the way they move, the way their faces look, like, they just super, super, super visually fun. But, I mean, all the nominees, I thought, like, how expressive the characters are in Dungeon Meshi is a lot of fun. Frieren is just god tier all around. Solo Leveling had some really good stuff. Dan to Dan had a lot of fun stuff, both action and character-wise. And Hibike, like the character animation in Hibike is like, whew. I mean, Kiwani are the goats. We all know that. I've determined we have very different tastes in anime, which is fine. Different strokes for different folks, as they say. What was your favorite animation-wise, Serby? Voice acting are the next two awards. We have the male VA and the female VA. Just back-to-back voice actor awards. Here are the winners, not nominees, sorry. Here are the winners for the last 6 years. We had Ryohei Kimura as Kohei from Grand Blue, Makoto Furukawa as Shirogane from Love is War, Yusuke Kobayashi as Subaru from ReZero, Yuichi Nakamura, my goat. I freaking love Yuichi Nakamura. Anytime I hear his voice pop on in a character, I'm like, oh man, there he is. I know I'm going to nominate him for an award because he is a freaking legend. But he was Shigure in Fruits Basket, Natsuki Hinai as Vanitas, and Nobunaga Shimazaki as Mahito from Jujutsu. Tekken Blood Vengeance Animation Mist. I actually have not seen that anime. I wonder if Cashew has, since I know he's into fighting stuff. I don't know. Voice acting was pretty strong this year, though. More so on the girl side, though. I mean, there were still good ones on the guy side, but I thought there was, like, the girl side was another category that I was like, holy shit, it's so hard to even narrow it down to 6, much less actually pick a winner. But yeah. So let's keep it rolling. Here are the nominees for Best Male Voice Acting Performance. Jun Fukushima as Kazuma from Konosuba. Jun Fukuyama as Lawrence from Spice and Wolf. Kentaro Kumagai as Laios from Dungeon Meshi. Natsuki Hinai as Okarun from Dan to Dan. Takeo Utsuka as Jinshi from The Apothecary Diaries. Yuichi Nakamura as Red Keeper from Go-Go Loser Ranger. And the winner of Best Male Voice Acting Performance is Kentaro Kumagai as Laios from Dungeon Meshi. There's a scene early on in Dungeon Meshi where Laios and the party encounter some sirens, and to prevent themselves from falling prey to their bewitching song, Laios begins belting in an opera-like voice to drown them out. And I can't understate how hard it made me laugh. Kumagai's performance is absolutely amazing. From the palpable excitement Laios exudes when he finds a new monster to eat, to the moments he locks in and gets serious when his party is in trouble, he really sells Laios as a believable character. Laios is a lovable weirdo, and Kumagai emphasizes both how lovable and how weird he is in spades. And I can't wait to see and hear more of him in the next season. My man Laios. He is... When I was rewatching clips of episodes to like remind myself of the performances when I was doing this, I went down this train of Dungeon Meshi clips on YouTube of just like all of the times Laios is super weird. I was like, this guy is a freaking legend. Laios is such a fun main character, and the performance that Kentaro Kumagai had is like, oh my god, it's so damn fun. But there's a bunch of other really good, like, I really wanted to nominate Himmel as well. I really liked his voice, but I had, like, my man Yuichi Nakamura was in there again as Red Keeper. He is so good. Anytime he plays, like, a villain or, like, a guy with, like, a toxic side, he does it so well. Like, he is the GOAT of the Toxic King voice. My Toxic King Shigure. Oh my god. Oh, he's so good. Tekken anime is really good. Interesting. I don't really know a whole lot about Tekken. But that's good to know the anime is good. Open for Cosmos. That's an iconic voice acting performance. Like, Yeah, Kazuma is legendary. All of the Konosuba characters are. Cashew should be nominated for his Mickey Mouse voice. A very impressive performance, I'm sure. All right, keep the voice acting train rolling. Best performance on the girl side. So we had Kanohana as Shirase from A Place Further in 2018. Satsuki Yukino as Magase Ai from Babylon in 2019. Aoi Koga as Kaguya from Love is War in 2020. Ai Kakuma as Eris from Mushoku Tensei in 2021. Misaki Kuno as Fapuda from Made in Abyss in 2022. And Rie Takahashi as Ai Hoshino from 2023. I noticed as I was putting these together, I have never had a duplicate winner. Like, we've had 7 different voice actors win on the guy side, and we've had 6 different winners on the girl side so far. Will there be a duplicate this year? Will it be another new one and we'll have 14 unique voice actors who have been awarded since the award started? Who knows? We'll find out. Yamashita Seiichiro not included. Who did they voice act? Or was that Himmel? I can't place the name off the top of my head. Don't need to for the Tekken anime. It's about the third game that stands... Oh, about the third game, but it stands well on its own. You can just jump in blind, pretty much. Kanohana winner? Kanohana is like an all-time great, for sure. Yeah, I love... Like, it doesn't matter who she voice acts, you know it's going to be good. Alright, before I do the nominees here, I need to go to another idol meeting because apparently I forgot what caffeine does to me. So I will be back, hopefully in 67 seconds. Alright, I don't know how close that was. I feel like it was pretty close. I had to pull my best Cashew impression there with giving a specific time. He's Sid's VA and Eminence. Gotcha. I have only seen a couple episodes of Eminence myself. I read a little bit more of the manga, I believe. Alrighty, let's wrap up the production section and check out the nominees for Best Female Voice Acting Performance. Ami Koshimizu is Hollow from Spice and Wolf. Aoi Yuki is Mao Mao from The Apothecary Diaries. Rina as Nina from Girls Band Cry. Sayaka Sembongi as Marcille from Dungeon Meshi. Shion Wakayama as Momo from Dandadan. Wakana Maruoka is Yuki from Roshidere. And the winner of Best Female Voice Acting Performance is Aoi Yuki as Mao Mao from The Apothecary Diaries. Mao Mao was by far one of my favorite characters of the year, and a huge part of that was Aoi Yuki's fantastic performance as her. She's as smart as she is silly, and whether she's putting her detective hat on and uncovering a conspiracy, eagerly picking plants she can use in her concoctions, messing around with Jinshi, or getting a little too excited about taste testing some poison, Aoi Yuki manages to make Mao Mao even more endearing. The lower tone and slower speaking pace she uses when things are serious contrasts really nicely with the bubbly and excitable side she shows when she's having fun. And Aoyuki's delivery is always on point for these very different aspects of Mao Mao's personality. I've always liked Aoyuki, but her performance as Mao Mao has easily become my favorite role of hers yet. Aoyuki, which means 7 different voice actors. We have 14 different voice actors. We've never had a repeat voice actor win. One year it's bound to happen, but no. So we have Aoyuki as Mao Mao from Apothecary Diaries. Really strong selection all the way around there. Like, I messaged one of my friends when I was putting the nominees together. I was like, how in the world am I supposed to cut? I think I had narrowed the voice acting down to like 9. I was like, how in the world am I supposed to cut 3 more of these? Like, I can't fathom a world where I don't get to include all 9 of these in my freaking nomination list. Like, having to cut out Tomoyo Kurosawa as Kumiko from Hibike, I was like beside myself. Or like, I think Atsumi Tanizaki is Frieren. Like, I would have loved to have her in there. Like, oh my god, it hurt so much to make some of these cuts. Happy Mao Mao's VA 1, I accept this. Glad to hear it. Have to give a specific time to keep the impatient people around because they're enraptured by the specific number. Yeah, it's like a challenge. I guess that makes sense. Which show has won the most tonight? I actually have a summary. So once I get to Anime of the Year, I have a little summary of like the 6 nominees and what they've won. I think there's like... This is kind of where I said it was a little different this year. Like, in previous years that I've done the awards, I think I had a pretty good spread where like a lot of shows will win like 1 or 2 awards, and then you'll have like 1 or 2 shows that wins 3 or 4. But this year it feels like it's more like 3 or 4 shows that are winning like 3 or 4 awards each. So it's like less shows, but more each, which makes it a tighter race, which I thought was kind of fun, actually, because I think it keeps things fresh. It's like, oh, I wonder which thing is actually going to end up going the furthest. So you'll see soon, Armando. Another Apothecary Diaries win? That it did, yes. Very good. I'm going to be very excited to see you into these reactions to that. You're still going? I am. I only have 6 categories left, though. We're in the final stretch. We're in the 5th and final category, which is overall. So these are some pretty big kahuna awards, as I've said. We have the best story, the most underrated, the best movie, the best episode, best sequel, and then anime of the year. Those are the final 6. So we should be marching on and on towards that big reveal. Story is my personal favorite part of any piece of media. Doesn't matter if it's anime or games or movies or books, TV, whatever the hell the entertainment is. Story is the most important thing to me. It's what keeps me around the most. It's what gets me hooked the fastest. So I really value a good story. This is a very big award. I'm here for it, Sir Leo. Here are my winners for the best story of the last 6 years. We had Steins Gate, Attack on Titan, Fate Babylonia, Odd Taxi, Summertime Rendering, and Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga also won Anime of the Year that year, actually. Very good collection of stories, I would say. And this year, there was also a very good collection of stories in the nominees. Lots of stories that I was very happy to be binging through. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. So let's take a look. Let's see the nominees for the best story of 2024. The Apothecary Diaries, Dungeon Meshi, Frieren Beyond Journey's End, Hibike Euphonium, Mushoku Tensei, Undead Unluck, and the winner of Best Story is The Apothecary Diaries. Generally speaking, my favorite stories tend to either be strong character dramas or engaging thrillers, and The Apothecary Diaries dominates in both of these. By the end of the first episode, I already loved Mao Mao as a protagonist and was really interested in the inner palace she found herself abruptly thrust into the middle of. With the Emperor's favor on the line and many who crave a chance at more power lurking in the shadows and waiting for a chance to make a move, Mao Mao makes an acquaintance in the popular eunuch Jinshi, and through this connection she begins to meet, get involved with, and help out numerous important figures in the palace. As she does so, she begins to solve mysteries and uncover various conspiracies, ranging from rumors of a ghost haunting the walls of the palace to a plot on the life of one of the Emperor's concubines. Though the series initially gives off a Mystery of the Week vibe, it becomes clear that many of the people Mao Mao meet and mysteries she solves are connected in ways that neither she nor us as viewers expect. And I absolutely loved seeing how the greater story began to reveal itself as various puzzle pieces came together. The Apothecary Diaries is a fantastic mix of character drama, political intrigue, and engaging mysteries, with a phenomenal lead in Mao Mao, fun deuteragonist in Jinshi, and interesting supporting cast that altogether had me incredibly invested in the various stories that unravel within the inner palace. Apothecary Diaries back-to-back wins, with Mao Mao's voice actor and then story. Yes, Apothecary Diaries was, I think I mentioned very early on that I binged like the whole thing in like 2 or 3 sittings because I was just so locked in with everything going on. Like the different mysteries that get solved, the way they start to come together, the character development, the reveals, the plot twists, the cliffhangers, like it did it all. It did it all. I love a good suspense story. You can see here, like, I would consider a lot of the previous winners suspense. Summer Render for sure, Odd Taxi, Steins Gate, Attack on Titan even has suspense elements. So I definitely am a little biased in favor of a good suspense anime, of a good suspense story, good cliffhangers, good plot twists. Apothecary does it all. Nice choice, didn't expect it. It was a really good selection. Frieren definitely put up a good fight. Dungeon Meshi also had a way better story than I expected. Like, I kind of had the impression that Dungeon Meshi was more like just lighthearted, chill, fun slice of life. So I didn't expect it to have like that good of a story. I guess I was expecting something just more low-key. But yeah, I mean, it was a really good selection. Hibike, I thought, had a great story, great ending. Radiant Light and Magic doing actual animation as a fight? A silly question. Is a show like Vox Machina not considered anime? I'm honestly not sure what Vox Machina is, so I can't say. I don't know if anyone else who knows could chime in. Generally, anime would be something that's like coming out of Japan. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case 100% of the times. I know there's purists who say like it is only anime if it comes from Japan. There's people who say anime inspired is still anime, like Avatar. Avatar, I think, is the big thing that gets people arguing. I haven't seen Avatar, so I don't really have like a strong opinion either way. But I know like there's the purists who say no, it has to be animated in Japan, and that's the only thing that counts as anime. There's people who say anime, clearly anime inspired, but not from Japan is still anime. It's hard to say. I don't know. Avatar isn't considered an anime, for example. I would personally, if I was gonna pick a side, I would also say that Avatar is not an anime. Even if it is anime inspired, I don't personally consider it one, but I also don't get upset or whatever if people do. Like, I totally get why they do. I'm one of the people who's like, you can have whatever opinion you want. Like, if that's what you want to believe, if that's what makes you happy, then that's awesome. But I personally am of the... See, I guess then there's like something like Link Click, right? Like, I believe Link Click is Chinese. Like, that is from China. But I have included that in the awards in the past. And it has won in the past. So I guess, I don't know. It's hard to say. Now I'm like second guessing myself. Yeah, I don't know. But I guess the good thing about this being my own award is that I can include whatever I feel like. As long as it's within my bounds, then it's valid. I'm on the train that it has to come from Japan. Totally understandable. Avatar isn't considered one, for example. Oh, it's a Critical Role show. Okay. Last Airbender watch along must happen. I've gotten requests for it, yeah. I'm sure that would be something people would be interested in. I would like to think it's something people would be interested in, given that it's such a classic show and I've never seen it. I think either Cashew or Nivy, or maybe both, was giving me shit for it. Like, I mean, not giving me shit, but they were like shocked that I had not seen Avatar. I don't know, I just didn't grow up watching it and I never went back to watch it. But I've heard a lot of good things. I'm sure I would like it. Most underrated. So there's two categories in one here, basically. Underrated or underwatched. It could be one, it could be both. When you look at this list, you might be like, okay, like Iraduku, you know, went kind of under the radar. I would say that's both. Then you see Gundam and you're like, what the fuck? Gundam? What do you mean Gundam is under... Like, okay, no, it wasn't underrated. I think the rating for it was right on point. But it was underwatched, which I kind of... I check it by looking on, like, AnyList and My Anime List, the two, like, anime websites. Because you can see the stats for how many people have watched every anime on there. So, like, for Gundam, let's say, I think on AnyList or whatever, like, it wasn't even in the top 75 most watched of the year or something like that, which is ridiculous. Like, you're telling me there were 74 other anime that people watched more than a Gundam? Really? Like, that was my first Gundam, so I don't know how popular. I always thought it was really popular. And then on, like, My Anime List, I think at the time that I made it, like, it wasn't even in the top 20 most watched, specifically just for the season it came out in. I was like, you're telling me in the fall season or whatever this aired in, there were 19 other anime that people watched more than Gundam? Really? Like, I couldn't believe it. So to me, then that's underwatched. Because I can look at the stats, at least from the Western side, because those are very Western-leaning sites, of how many people seen it. So a lot of these are a mix of underrated or underwatched. I feel like they weren't watched enough, or I think they were just super underrated. So yeah, these are the winners from the past 6. Iraduku I thought was really good. Grand Belm was a fun, like, magical girl mecha. D4DJ, I love the Bandori stuff. Bandori, D4DJ, all kind of under that same umbrella. Aquatope I also thought was really good. Aquatope and Iraduku I think are actually both PA Works originals. Gundam I was just talking about, and then Bang Dream Maigo. Again, Bandori stuff. The American anime show, Bob's Burgers, is peak. Yeah, Bob's Burgers, the most anime of all anime. Avatar watch-alongs go hard. Probably Nibby, she's spiteful. Scissor 7, Chinese show, yeah, I see it as an anime. I haven't heard of that. I'll have to look that up. Most underrated of the season is How I Attended an All Guys Mix Are Easy. From this anime, or this season? I haven't heard of that one. Don't have a Netflix, but when I pick it back up again, maybe. Serbia, I think, is the most underrated. Oh, you think the most underrated is Cowboy Bebop? Yeah, I guess the fact that it averages like a 9 out of 10, that's not high enough, right? Like, it should be 10 out of 10. As a big Gundam fan, I haven't seen Witch from Mercury, and I also don't know why. I would recommend it. I thought it was good. Underrated of the year, okay. I haven't even heard of it, so yes, it would definitely be underrated and or underwatched for me. I'll have to check that. You hated Aquatope? To each their own. It is what it is. I do think... I know there was a big change, like, in the show. I'm not going to spoil things, but the first half and the second half are pretty different. And I know there's a lot of people who liked the first half, and then they hated the second half. I personally liked... I did think the first half was more enjoyable overall. But I didn't... I still liked the second half. But I know there was a lot of people who, like... They they did not like the second half. Second half is why I hated it. Yeah. I definitely see that opinion. I get it. I see why people would like it less. Yeah, first half is more of like a cute slice of life with a little bit of a drama, and then the second half is more like heavier on the drama. And there's definitely some things a couple characters do that I'm like, no, why? Like, it just makes you frustrated when they act a certain way. Which, you know, it is what it is. I love the soundtrack for that show, though. That's one of my all-time favorite soundtracks. Amazing art, too. Super cute romance and funny. I like cute romance. But yeah, let's jump into the nominees. Here are the nominees for most underrated or underwatched. Chained Soldier, Girls Band Cry, Go-Go Loser Ranger, Pseudo Harem, Shoshimin How to Become Ordinary, VTuber Legend, and the winner of most underrated or underwatched is Girls Band Cry. It's no secret that I love girl band anime with how often I've awarded Bang Dream and D4DJ in the past, and Girls Band Cry is yet another great anime in that genre that was criminally underappreciated. The story of Girls Band Cry is set in motion when Nina, a high school dropout, moves to Tokyo on her own and has a chance encounter with her favorite guitarist, Momoka. After an impromptu street performance, the two of them set out on a musical journey of self-growth, recruit more band members, and try to use their songs to take the world by storm. I had a ton of fun watching Girls Band Cry, and the series once again reinforced what I love most about music-focused anime: the power of music as a medium to express oneself and make meaningful connections with others. The endearing and relatable cast of characters making up Togenashe Togeari headline this journey, and the amazing music, memorable performances, phenomenal CG animation, and excellent VA work all serve to further complement them and bring them to life, ultimately resulting in a series that should be considered a must-watch for fans of music and character drama. I forgot to switch the thing. There we go. Probably not too much of a surprise, considering it had won 3 previous awards, but yes, Girls Band Cry was the most underrated or underwatched of the year for me. It's another one of those things that's just like, I think I mentioned it with Bang Dream last year. There's multiple aspects to it that like make it niche. It's like, one, it has CG animation, which I think throws a lot of people off. There's people who just refuse to watch anything that's CG. I think it's really dumb, but you know, whatever you get enjoyment out of, fine, watch it. But I think not watching something just because it's CG is ridiculous, especially when it's really high quality CG. And 2, I think idol band stuff is also pretty niche. You know, the Love Lives of the world, the Bang Dreams of the world. So when you combine niche idol, they're not idols, they're bands, but when you combine that niche thing with 3D animation, I totally see why it kind of flies under the radar. Also, it really didn't help that it aired, I think, in spring, and it was not officially picked up by any distributors in the West. Crunchyroll, Hulu, Netflix, HiDive, nobody had it. So it also had like no fanfare when it came out, unless you were just online and knew about it. I think until very recently, like within the last 2 or 3 months, Crunchyroll finally got it. So if you want to watch it, it is on Crunchyroll now. But for most of the year, it wasn't. So those 3 things make it very hard, I think, for an anime to get recognition that it should. And unfortunately, all 3 of them were the case here. I think it's a really good character drama. It's really good music. Really good animation. I highly recommend it, but as you all know, I definitely have a bias in favor of any type of band girl anime. So if it's a Bang Dream, a D4DJ, a Girls Band Cry type thing, I'm probably gonna like it a lot. Same vibes as Nozaki if I try and compare. Ooh, I did like Nozaki. So that does sound intriguing. Girls Band Cry, lol. They're showing bias. It is what it is. Want to form a girl band with Oblivion and Cashew? Not me, Armando? Oh, you think we could... Oh, you think I'm above it? I see. I am in pretty high demand, so I getcha. That'll kill an anime quick, sadly. Yeah. Yep, it's like... it doesn't have the promotion that an official distributor would help with, and you kind of have to like know where to go and where to look to find it. I mean, you can just find it on random sites, but like, you know, if you have to sail the seas, it's more steps that a lot of people either aren't willing to do or don't know how to do. Fly your flag. If I were doing any type of gaming awards, you better believe Heaven Burns Red would win everything. Best story, best soundtrack, best character. Yeah, you are the biggest Heaven Burns Red simp that I know, which is fine. That's good. I'm happy that you found a game that you like so much. And those streams always seem to do really well for you too. Unironically, yes. First step is recognizing you have a problem. Oh, I recognize it. And I embrace it. HBR? Are you just asking that to set Cashew off, or do you not know, Armando? You should play it. It's on my list. Wait, do you play it, Josh? I have had it down. I pre-registered for it, actually. That's how excited. I tweeted as soon as it was announced to come to the West because I was excited, and I pre-registered. And I have had it downloaded since the day it came out, and I just have never opened it. I don't remember if I was busy when it started, and I just never... It came out in what, like October or November or something? Like, it's fairly recent, right? Like, within the last 3 or 4 months. So I was probably in the depths of, like, Persona, Metaphors, Silent Hill, Astrobot stuff, and then the holidays, and then Anime Awards. Like, I haven't even been keeping up with my dailies for stuff lately with how busy I've been from Anime Awards. Mid-November, I think? 100-day celebration soon. Oh, right. You mentioned that they're going to have a big logging campaign. 90% of my comments usually try to set someone off. I mean, I think they're funny. I love it. Studio Key. I do love Key. And the healing can begin. I guess the question would be if I stream it or not whenever I play it. Because I will play it at some point. I just don't know if it would be a me thing or a stream thing. That's the big question as a streamer, as a VTuber. That I'm sure all of my VTuber friends understand. Because there's certain things that like I just want to play on my own time. Either because I don't think they would do well on stream or because I just want it for me. But then, like, literally every time a new game gets announced that I'm interested in, I kind of put it through, like, a whole process in my head of, like, all right, is this something that I think I would want to stream? Is this something I think people would like seeing? Is this something I think would do well? Is this something that I'm willing to commit to on a stream? Like, I go through a whole process for literally every single game I ever buy now. It's the content creator mindset. Like, everything becomes potential content. I want you to stream it, but if you don't want to cry on stream, that's understandable. I'm not, like, opposed to it. I just know I'll feel awkward. It's like To the Moon. Like, that's on my list. If I play that, I'm probably going to cry. I'm probably going to cry at some point from some game anyway. Almost getting a post-shower outfit. And I actually just saw that, too. I was scrolling through Twitter a couple categories ago while the thing was playing. And I did see that got announced. I like it a lot. I'm definitely going to get it. Down to watch it. I don't care if it's all CG. They just used unnecessary CG when the rest of it's 2D animated. No, yeah, it's all CG. There's like a couple random like little things that are 2D, but the like 99.9% is CG. Leo will never play Crystar on stream. Did you play that? You did, right? I was getting it mixed together with Cry Machina. Cry Machina is the sequel. I cry without anything to prompt it. Sometimes I just cry. I mean, you know, you're in tune with your emotions. I cry really easily from, like... That's why I like a good story. Like, I like a story that gets me invested to the point that I might cry. Like, if you look at my top anime or my top games, or top movies even, vast majority of them are stuff that at least made me tear up, if not cry. So I definitely value things getting me emotional. As a To the Moon simp, I don't even know if you would cry. Really? I heard it's like one of the saddest games of all time. Or one of the most moving ones. On 5 hours of sleep, but I made it. Hello, Zero. Welcome to the stream. You came in at a good time. There's only 4 categories left. Which means you should be here for Anime of the Year, probably. Cried the first time I saw Cashew's tail. The beauty overwhelmed me. Great story. We don't talk about the gameplay. Story is more important than gameplay to me. Which is probably rich for a video game, but... Like, I'm willing to put up with gameplay that isn't the most exciting if the story is good. Like, I always refer to, like, Fate Grand Order, right? The gacha game, the Fate gacha game I play. The gameplay is very basic turn-based combat, right? But the story is, like, one of the greatest things I've ever experienced in my life. I've cried so many times because of FGO. I think that's the most anything has ever made me cry if we're just talking sheer number of times. Like, at least a dozen or two. All right, next category is Best Movie. So this is the one category this year that I couldn't get 6 nominees for. I only have 4. For a combination of reasons. One, well, not even a combination. There wasn't even 6 movies that I was interested in this year. So I only have 4 because I only watched 4. Like, okay, there were 2 things. There is 2 parts. One, there weren't 6 that I was interested in watching in the first place. And 2, there weren't that many movies this year in general. Like, I looked through AniList, like, from summer of 2023 to, like, fall of 2024. There were, like, 3 other movies I wanted to watch, but they haven't gotten fan sub yet, or they haven't come out in, like, theaters yet. So I have no way of watching it until that happens. So those would show up in next year. But I couldn't watch them yet, which was a bummer. These are my winners for the last 6 years. We had the Chunibyo movie in 2018. Promare in 2019 as a trigger simp. I loved Promare. Made in Abyss movie in 2020. Josei, Tiger and Fish in 21. Pompo the Cinephile in 22, which is one of my all-time favorite movies, anime or not, just in general. I adore Pompo. I recommend everybody watch it, especially if you're a creator. And then the Attack on Titan movies in 2023. Dawn of the Deep Soul. It's a damn good movie. I'm looking forward to whenever they continue the anime. I know they announced they're going to. I don't think the manga's that far ahead, so I feel like they announced that way too early. Like, after season 2, they were like, we're gonna continue. But I think if you look at the manga chapters, isn't there only enough for, like, a partial season right now? So, like, they're gonna have to wait for a long time. You haven't seen Promare Zero? Oh my god. If you have seen and liked other Trigger anime, you're gonna love it. Especially if you've liked Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill. Because it's very clearly inspired by those, and lots of references to those. You haven't seen it? Oh my... You guys are killing me. I saw that in theaters. That's how excited I was. Good movie to watch with your harem. I actually am a little tilted re-Promare a little bit because in a past life I made a video about Promare. In a past life before you all knew Leo Lovelace, and I put it on YouTube and it did really well. It had a couple tens of thousands of views. It had like I think close to 1,000 likes or something. Like, it did really well. People really liked that video about Promare. And then I got copy striked on it, and I had to take it down. And I appealed it, and they insta-rejected it. So now it is gone from the internet forever. And I'm still mad about it, like 3 or 4 years later. They also hit it, like 3 years after I posted it. It wasn't even recent. Like, it's not like I posted some brand new movie that came out. It was 3 years after I posted the video. And I didn't even like use clips from the movie. I literally, the only visuals in that video that I used was the official trailer. And I just cut the trailer up and reordered it to match what I was talking about. I did not use a single clip from the movie that is not publicly available in a trailer on YouTube. and they striked it. I was like, what the fuck is that? Are you kidding me? That's so BS. Oh my god, I'm gonna get mad just thinking about it. May have been during the time the anime companies were hunting every anime channel. It could be. It could be. It was probably like 2021 or 2022, I think is when it happened. Probably 2022. That being said, I think all of you who have not seen Promare should definitely watch it because it's a great movie, especially for my Trigger fans out there. Thank you, Serbio, saying Bone Druid Best Antagonist Award all years running. I'd make a run for Best Protagonist for Bone Druid. Bone Druid simp in chat, huh? YouTube being YouTube? Yeah. Alright, that being said, there were still movies this year that I watched and that I liked. So here are the nominees for Best Movie. If I could find it. Here we go. Garden of Remembrance. Look Back. Overlord the Sacred Kingdom. Spy Family Code White. And the winner of Best Movie is Look Back. Look Back feels like a true love letter to creators. The story, which follows childhood friends Fujino and Kiyomoto throughout their lives as they create art together, is a down-to-earth, raw, and authentic look at how art and the passion for creating something can change lives. And the film being so grounded and realistic made the story, characters, and especially emotions feel all the more believable and relatable, especially paired with the soft swells and ethereal vocals from Haruka Nakamura's incredible soundtrack. Though the movie focuses on a pair of artists, the feelings and sentiment depicted throughout are ones I believe are shared among all creators. The satisfaction in creating something of your own, the elation of having you and your creation recognized, the frustration when things don't go your way, the drive to improve, and the joy of connecting with others through creative endeavors. Look Back inspired me to do just that, to look back on the work I've put in and how far I've come, and to ask myself why it is I create and what it is I want to accomplish. Much like how Look Back is Fujimoto's love letter to art, I loved Look Back for the message it presented and the way it made me reflect. It's a truly heartfelt, human movie depicting all of the emotions that come with being a creator, and the sentiment behind it really landed with me as someone who creates things myself. Look Back is more than just my favorite anime movie of the year. It's a film that resonated with me on so deeply of a level that it's become one of my favorite movies of all time. Look Back! So I didn't see a ton of movies this year, but I can tell you the movie I did watch was real damn good. Look Back. I have talked about it on streams before, actually, fairly recently, about how much I liked it, so it's probably not too much of a surprise that that's what ended up winning Best Movie. Didn't even realize the Overlord movie was out already. It came out very recently. I think, at least in the US, I saw it in theaters in November, I think. I had the whole theater to myself, except for one person. Literally, I went at a weird time, and I booked it like 30 minutes before the show started because I was like, I want the whole theater to myself. And when I booked it, I was the only one. And then literally, when like the final ad ended, somebody else walked in and they sat like 5 rows in front of me. I was like, man, now there's 2 of us here. I was so close to having the whole theater to myself. I had my huge thing of popcorn. I had a huge icy. I was so locked in. I was so ready. It was a good movie though. If you liked like the rest of the Overlord seasons 1 through 4, I mean, it's more of the same, so you'll like the movie too, for sure. If you haven't seen Look Back, at Serby or anybody else, highly recommend that as well. Especially for my creator friends. Cherry Icy? I go for the blue raspberry, Armando. Blind Date? Unfortunately, it was a dude, and I don't swing that way, but I like the sentiment. You know, if I get it, they probably did the same thing as me. They probably were looking for a weird time so they could try and have the whole theater mostly to themselves. I respect it. That's all. Whenever I go see a movie, I pretty much always go alone, and I always try and go to weird time. Like I'll go at like a Thursday at like 3:45 p.m. or like a Monday at like 2 p.m. Like, I just look for like the most random times and days where I think people are not going to be there. I'm like, all right, today is the day I will have the theater to myself. I'm not sure if I've ever pulled it off. I think Overlord is the closest it's come, where one other person was there. When I saw the Jujutsu movie, there was like a dozen or two people there. When I saw the Spy Family movie, there was probably like a dozen. Weathering with You was like 75% full. What else have I seen? Quintessential Quintuplets movie, there was probably like 5 or 6 people. Overlord was definitely the closest I've come. Wuthering Waves? I guess Weathering is pretty close to Wuthering. I have to yawn. Oh no. I have finished my tea, my caffeinated drink, and my water. I have no beverages left. You know what? I'm gonna go get a beverage so that my throat doesn't die. Because we're on the final 3 awards. We're super close to the end. So I'm gonna be back in hey, episode 7 of Dandadan. That's a good one. To a Kinder World is the name of that one. How do I know that? Because I remember the names of really good episodes. Alright, I will be back in 39 seconds. Back. Overlord: The Sacred Kingdom. Well, that's
Spy
embarrassing.
Family Code White. And the winner of Best Movie is...
I don't know why it replayed the movie thing again when I switched back. That's the second time that's happened to me. Actually, I just realized why it happened. Oops. Okay. Let's not have that happen again. I don't know if that was 39 seconds or not. I feel like it was probably close. I got a Sprite. Can we have can opening ASMR? It looks like you might have been able to hear it. Over 40? Damn. Disappointed in myself. Try some cocaine. Sleepy Leo. I was so annoyed that I couldn't do this stream yesterday. I was like very frustrated with myself, honestly, but I was running on 3, like I stayed up until 4 a.m. like Friday going into Saturday, like editing, prepping things, and then literally I woke up at 7. I gave myself 3 hours of sleep and I went right back to it, and then I worked from 7 to 7, 12 hours straight of editing and prepping and all that shit. And then I delayed it to 8 because I was like, I'm so close, I can do it. And I couldn't do it. And then I had to delay it to today. And then I probably put like another 5 or 6 hours of stuff in. I was dead. I was so dead. So I had a decent sleep last night after delaying it. But I'm definitely not fully back to a normal sleep amount yet. Fucking Sprite down the wrong pipe. I didn't want Sprite in my lungs. Okay, I think I'm back. Once Once thought I was at the theater alone, enjoyed the entire movie until some girl stood up and walked out from the very front row. Actually spooked me. That is a jump scare right there. Angels in My Heart, Season 2, 13, We Fell in Love. That was a really good episode too. Angel Beats episode 10, Goodbye Days. That came out, what, like 14 years ago now? I guess I could give it an honorary nomination 14 years later. I have a top 25 list of my top 25 episodes in anime. I haven't updated it for a while, for a couple years probably, so I need to. I wonder if I have the picture saved. I can check. Let's see. I found my... Alright, let's see. I have my top 25 couples or ships as of a couple years ago. Top 25 anime, top 25 guys, top 25 girls, top 25 manga, top 25... I have top 25 scenes as of like 3 years ago. What about top 25 episodes? There we go. This is really old. This is a really old list. I made this 4 years ago. But I can show you. So I don't have any episode names or numbers on it. I just made a mosaic. It's just a picture of a scene from the episode. Specifically my favorite scene from each episode. But again, this list is a little over 4 years old, so it's definitely outdated. I would definitely add a bunch of new stuff since then. That's massive. All right, so this was my list as of 4 to 4.5 years ago. If you recognize any of these pictures, then you know the episode it comes from. Top left, I think that's the final episode of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Or maybe like... Actually, yeah, that one is a mild spoiler. I mean, it's like an if you know, you know thing. We have Land of the Lustrous, Devilman, ReZero, multiple Steins Gate. There's at least 4 Steins Gates in here. Violet Evergarden, I see 2. Your Lie in April, last episode. Food Wars, Season 4, second to last episode. Cashew and I were just talking about that recently. You have the Clanid Flowerfield episode. I think that's episode 18 from After Story. K-On! I think that's like episode like 10 or something from season... Or sorry, 22? Maybe from season 2. Gurren Lagann, Place Further Than the Universe, Made in Abyss, Vinland Saga, another K-On!, Attack on Titan. Yeah, this is a relatively old list. I really like putting together top 25 mosaics, though. Like, I have mosaics for basically every thing I like. Games, anime, music. Anyway. Okay, episode 12 is peak. I still gotta watch Monogatari. Can't show your face again after that blunder. I know, I'm never gonna forgive myself. What's a normal sleep amount? I do not know such things. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you. I aim for 7 to 8. Realistically, I get more like 5 to 6 a night. I'd really like to get 7 to 8 if I could. Just set an alarm to wake up for the awards yesterday. I was bummed, but hey, we get it today. Oh, I'm sorry you woke up specifically for it and then it was delayed. Here are the 6 winners from the past 6 years. We have A Place Further Than the Universe, episode 13. That is the finale. Attack on Titan, season 3, part 2. Do I know the titles for each of these off the top of my head? A Place Further one is called We'll Go on Another Journey Together Someday. Or We'll Go on Another Journey Someday, something like that. The Attack on Titan episode is called Hero. ReZero, season 2, part 1. I think that one's called Parent and Child. 86, I can't remember the name of that episode. Kaguya, I think that one was called Dual Confessions. And the Oshinoko one is called Mother and Children. But I cannot recall the 86 episode name. Oh, Goodbye. I think it's called Goodbye. Like I said, if I thought it was a really good episode, I might remember the name. Just like that Dan to Dan one. A Place Further was so good. Dude, A Place Further is easily like top 5 for me. That was, it was like back-to-back whammies. Like, I think episode 12 was close to the hardest I've ever cried from like an anime making me sad. A Place Further episode 13 and Violet Evergarden episode 10. Those are the 2 episodes that I easily cried the hardest at. And they were the same season. They aired like 2 weeks apart. Can you believe that? Yeah, both of those episodes killed me. And then the finale episode of A Place Further, I also cried a lot, but because I was happy. Like, that was like straight up genuine happy tears. Like, I was so happy. I was so proud. I was like, so peak. 3029 and Kaguya 36. You, I like you. Good taste, Draco. I was sitting there bawling my eyes out. I get you, man. I was doing the same thing. I felt so awkward too. I specifically remember this. It was Violet episode 10, okay? If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. I was watching it in college. I was sitting at my desk in my dorm room, and I had like just gotten to the big scene that people cry at a lot in that episode. Literally, as I'm in the middle of crying to that episode, one of my roommates, because we lived in like a quad, so we had like 3 different rooms. So it was 2 bedrooms and like a shared common room. One of my roommates walks into the room, not knowing I'm sitting there bawling my eyes out, to ask if I wanted to go to the dining hall and get dinner. And I turned and looked at him, and I had like tears on my face. I'm like, not now, man. He just walked out. I felt so awkward. Like, man, of all the times, you could have walked in 5 minutes ago, it would have been fine. You could have walked in like 10 minutes and I would have been recovered, but no, you had to walk in as I'm in the middle of crying my eyes out. I'm a quiet crier. You're not gonna know. Because I don't like being caught crying. So I hide it. I just sniffle a lot. That's the only way you'll know. Or if I'm on a stream and I'm fighting the tears, I'm just gonna be suspiciously quiet. I don't mute, but I'm gonna be suspiciously quiet. I'm having a moment here. Exactly. I was having a big moment. I'm the master of silent crying. Years of crying at work have molded me. I think my sister said something kind of similar to that too, Serby. The master of crying in secret. But speaking of crying, the common trend in all of these episodes, except for Attack on Titan, actually no, sorry, Attack on Titan and Kaguya don't apply, but the other 4 had a very good crying moment. A moment that definitely made me... I cried in all 4 out of 6 of these episodes, or at least teared up. If I find an episode makes me particularly emotional, it probably did pretty well. And it probably is going to get nominated for something. So, without further ado, here are the nominees for the 3rd to last category. The nominees for Best Episode.
The Apothecary Diaries episode 24, Jinshi and Mao Mao. Dandadan episode 7, To a Kinder World. Dungeon Meshi episode 17, Harpy and Chimera. Frieren Beyond Journey's End episode 26, The Height of Magic. Hibike Euphonium season 3 episode 13, Connecting Melodies. Oshinoko season 2 episode 13, Wish. And the winner of Best Episode is Dandadan episode 7, To a Kinder World. From the moment the episode begins, it's clear that To a Kinder World has something different in store for you compared to previous episodes. The disorienting first-person scene of an unnamed character desperately running through dimly lit streets at night feels right out of a horror movie, and the 20 minutes that follow trade Dandadan's typical comedy and more lighthearted tone for a heavy atmosphere and a raw emotional look at what stories may be behind the yokai the cast find themselves battling. The flashback scene choosing to eschew dialogue except for a few pivotal lines, and instead let the visuals and music tell the story, made those few lines hit way harder, and the sequence overall helps to humanize the yokai and show they're more than just mindless monsters. To a Kinder World is a phenomenally directed and incredibly emotional episode exploring the relationship between humans and yokai, one that undoubtedly elevates Dandadan and shows that it's a series that can do it all, be it crazy action, wacky comedy, endearing romance, or emotionally evocative story beats.
There you have it, Serby. I kind of laughed to myself when you specifically said that episode as soon as the best episode title popped up, because I knew that was spot on. That is what I had winning. That was a phenomenal episode. I have read the Dandadan manga. I'm not 100% up to date, but I have read a good amount of it, so I did know about this going into it. So I was very interested in seeing how they adapted it, and I was super, super happy with what Science Saru did. That was like a god tier adaptation, especially for that chapter. Like, it is just so good. I can see why this one hits like a loaded truck, had to be an incredible episode. There's one scene much later in the manga that gets me more than this, but goddamn, is this not incredible? Interesting. I can't think of another one that got me as much as this one, so it might be further ahead than I've read. I am still actively reading the manga though, and like going further ahead. So I'll probably get to it before the anime does. Actually, I almost definitely will. 23 of Dungeon Meshi I like more than 17, shocked me to my core. 23. Is that the Senshi episode? I'm trying to be like super vague. Was that a backstory heavy episode or flashback episode? Okay, yeah, that was a really good one too. The arc before the current? Okay, yeah, that's definitely ahead of where I am now then. But whenever I get to it, it will probably get me, and I'll probably message you about it. I'll take an award home for Ira in some way for this one. What in the world is it, Tehe? Tehe Pero, I think it's that face that anime characters make where they put their fist against their head and they stick their tongue out and the eyes like roll off to the side. It's hard to describe, but I feel like I know exactly the face that it means. That's the one. Do we can silently cry together? Sounds good. I remember, so I know that like Batcat, you guys watched Dandadan. I don't know if you're gonna put it on YouTube or if it's Patreon exclusive, but either you or Nivi had mentioned it to me. I don't know. I remember, and then I messaged Nivi after she told me that you guys finished watching it. And I was like, oh, what'd you think? Like, what'd you think of that episode 7, huh? She was like, that killed me. Like, that hit me so hard out of note. Like, I didn't expect something like that. I was like, yeah, no, Dandadan does it all, man. It can be the cutest rom-com 1 minute and then a crazy fight the next minute and then like a ball-busting laugh out loud moment the next and then have you sobbing the one after. Like, it does literally everything. It does it all and it does it so well. I'm very happy with Science Saru and all the work they've done on it. The one thing I was annoyed about with Dandadan, I think I had mentioned it to Nivi and a couple other, or one of my friends IRL who watched it. I don't like where they chose to end the season. Because I knew with 12 episodes, I knew it was going to have an awkward ending spot. And I can't really say specifics because I don't want to like spoil things, but there's like 2 different scenes that it ends on. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. 2 different scenes with 2 different characters, okay? The scene with the guy character, I think, was a perfect place to end the season on and leave you like, holy shit, what's gonna happen after that? I really didn't like that they included the scene with the girl in the end. I think that was really unnecessary. I mean, it's also an if you know thing, because I've read ahead. But, like, I really wish that they just didn't show that whole side, like, her side. I wish that once that character went off to do their own thing, then you only see the guy's side. And then when the next episode picks up, it resumes with the guy's side and shows you what happens with the girl's side. I don't know. It might just be, like, a minor nitpick. Like, I just wish they didn't include her side of it. I get what they were going for. They were going for like double cliffhangers, like holy shit moments for both sides. I just like personally would have preferred only one. Preferably the one with the house. But that's a very minor nitpick. Like, everything else about it, great. Thank God they announced season 2. Yeah, I'm really happy they announced it, and it's coming pretty soon. I think it's summer, right? So we're only like 5 months away. A little less, like 4.5 months now. We were flabbergasted. Understandably. July? Ooh, that's gonna be exciting. We're getting very close then. Second to last award, the best sequel or spin-off. Which means a lot of shows that I've been giving awards to aren't eligible for this because they're not sequels. Here are the winners for the last 6 years. There was an Attack on Titan Reign of Terror for a long time. After the final season, there were other sequels that I liked more than it. But I do think the first part of the final season part 1, was like close to the peak of Attack on Titan. No, season 3 part 2 was peak Attack on Titan. Final season was very good. Final season part 2 was also very good. Final chapters were like, I didn't dislike them as much as a lot of people did, but I definitely thought they were a step down from the rest of the series. So we had other stuff start to take over. And also Attack on Titan's done. Its Reign of Terror is over. It won 3 out of 4 years in a row to start though. But we also had Fate Babylonia, Kaguya Season 3, and Vinland Season 2, which is God tier. Danmachi does not have a nomination because I haven't watched it yet. So don't get your hopes up. I have not finished Season 4, and I haven't started Season 5. It is on my list, though. I started Season 4. I'm like a fourth of the way through it. Well, they split Season 4 into 2 parts, so I'm halfway through Part 1. Season 5 would be eligible for next year, though. Because Season 5 had, like, the last 3 or 4 episodes get delayed until, like, March. So because of the delay, I wouldn't have it be eligible for this year. I would have it be for next year. So once I do catch up, Season 5 will be eligible next year. There were a lot of good sequels this year, though. So let's take a look, shall we? Here are the nominees for Best Sequel. I also want to say I cooked on this write-up, okay? I cooked so hard that I made myself tear up when I was watching it. I mean, it's probably not going to make anyone else tear up if they haven't, like, seen it or understand where I'm coming from. But I made myself tear up with the write-up, damn it. So I was really happy with this one. Anyway, here are the nominees for Best Sequel or Spin-off.
The Dangers in My Heart Season 2, Hibike Euphonium Season 3, Konosuba Season 3, Mushoku Tensei Season 2 Part 2, Oshinoko Season 2, Sword Art Online Alternative Season 2, and the winner of Best Sequel or Spin-off is Hibike Euphonium Season 3. It's no secret that I love Kiyoani, as Clanid, K-On!, and Violet Evergarden are all in my top 25 anime, and Hibike Euphonium is yet another fantastic entry in their catalog that has Kiyoani firing on all cylinders. Hibike's final season is a moving conclusion to the series that satisfyingly wrapped up the story of Kumiko and the Kitauji concert band, capping off nearly a decade's worth of growth and development with a heartfelt ending that cements the series as a standout character drama. Throughout Hibike's run, Kumiko has developed into one of my favorite protagonists in anime, and this final season showing off how she's grown into such a capable leader and giving her such a strong send-off was immensely rewarding. And it's not just Kumiko. Hibike has a wonderfully passionate cast who cares so much, not just about the music they play, but also the people they play that music with. And that passion permeates everything in the series. And that doesn't even begin to touch on the gorgeous art, character designs, and animation from KyoAni, the fantastic soundtrack from Akito Matsuda, or the amazing VA work across the board, especially Tomoyo Kurosawa as Kumiko. Hibike Euphonium is an incredibly well-written character drama with a phenomenal lead in Kumiko and a great supporting cast full of caring, genuine, and passionate characters. Going on this journey with them and seeing how much everyone grew throughout the series was emotional and gratifying, and the finale to it all was really satisfying from both a narrative and emotional standpoint. But most of all, KyoAni's ability to emphasize the human element and craft a heartwarming anime with an endearing cast reaffirmed how much I enjoy their stories, their characters, and the themes permeating everything. As sad as I was to say goodbye to the cast I had grown so attached to, more than anything, I was happy to have experienced such a warm and heartfelt story. A story about growing up, finding a place you belong, and fighting to make your dreams come true.
Made myself tear up a little bit again when I was watching it there. Hibike Euphonium, best sequel. Probably not too much of a surprise, considering it won drama, protagonist, and art so far. So this was its fourth win. Big fan. Big fan. KyoAni can do no wrong by me. I love all things KyoAni. Hibike was just yet another amazing anime from them. Amazing characters, amazing growth, amazing emphasis on friendship and love and working together to chase your dreams and just making those connections with people. I fucking love KyoAni, man. Their anime mean a lot to me. Hibike is another anime that I'm sure is going to continue to mean a lot. And it's an amazing series. Who'd have thought? You're testing me? Yeah, unfortunately, Hibike was so strong for me that Dangers was in a rough place there. No blobs attack the award show. Yeah, when K-On! Season 3 gets shadow dropped and we get to follow the girls in college or something. There is a K-On! College manga, by the way. I've read through it. I mean, it's fine, but K-On! Was 90% anime original. So, I mean, if they want to do the K-On! Girls in college arc or something and whatever, I would go crazy. Oh, did you not know about the college one, Cashew? It's a 4-koma, so the manga isn't crazy, but there is a sequel series. It's brief. It's 1 volume, 1 or 2 volumes of the girls in college together. There's also another series of new girls in the high school together. I think there's actually 3 sequels. There's the sequel of the main girls in college together. There's a sequel of Azusa and I think Yui's sister and one other girl in the band at the school they used to go to, and then there's a new series that's also ongoing of a brand new group. So there is a lot more K-On! Manga if you want to read it. I've read the first 2. I haven't read the ongoing new sequel. Either way, there is stuff there if KyoAni wants to adapt it. If they want to give me the K-On! Girls in college or one of the new groups or something, I'm there for it. K-On's in my top 10. No Konosuba yet again, but I get it. Konosuba was fun. I hope they make another season faster than it took season 3. Any excuse for more Yui? Yui is great. I was an Azusa and a Mio guy, but all 5 of them are great. Kyoshi! No, don't remind me, Josh. I couldn't find a good spot to use that in the write-up. I know that exact scene. And I really wanted to use it because it's such a good scene, visually and emotionally, but I just couldn't find a good spot for it. But yeah, Hibike takes Best Sequel, which means we are on to the final award. We are on to Anime of the Year. Most prestigious award of the whole show. It's all been building to this. There's a few standout anime this year. I fear my salt makes me like music anime even less. Your salt? Salt for what? Which music anime will win this? Wow, everybody here is just to make sure I'm clear, this is all joking and good fun. No, I get you, Argoth. I'm all for the joking and good fun. Here are my winners from the last 6 years. If you have not seen any of those, A Place Further in 2018, Vinland Saga in 2019, Great Pretender in 2020. That's one of those ones where, in hindsight, I would change Great Pretender to Fate Babylonia, I think, but what can you do? That is what I picked in 2020, so there it stays. Fruits Basket Final Season in 21, Ochi the Rock in 22, and Vinland Season 2 in 23, which was the first time... no, sorry, not the first time a sequel won. Fruits Basket and Vinland were both sequels. But Vinland Season 2 was the first time a series had won multiple years. Ended my personal anime of the year. That was a good one. That was a good one. It has won 3 awards, I believe, so far tonight. Best Girl, Best Couple, and Best Episode. I think it had at least like a dozen nominations, too. Person Anime of the Year. Alright, so you guys know how I am with Anime of the Year, if you've seen my previous ones. If you haven't, I like to make like a nice hype build-up that reveals what the nominees are. And then after I show the build-up and nominee reveal, then I kind of summarize where it is so far and figure out what you think might win. I suspect you know my answer. Oh, I'm sure it's Dangers by a mile for you, Argoth. Crossing my fingers for my favorite. Keep those fingers crossed. All right. We are almost 4 hours into the stream. You guys have been great at accompanying me throughout all of this. My big passion project, like I said, I timed myself doing all this work. I have spent 136 hours between picking nominees, picking winners, writing the script, recording it, converting all the freaking stuff I need, doing all the editing, making the presentation. So I've put a lot of time into it, and it all comes down to this final one. Dungeon Meshi is my fave, but if I had to say best, it would be Freerun. Both good options. I love this stream immensely. I am very glad to hear that, Serby. I'm always because it's a big passion project. Even if nobody watched it, I would still do it because it's like a big thing for me. Like, I love having like a time capsule and talking about my favorites, but I think it's a lot more fun talking about it with other people and seeing them react to nominees and winners and just chatting about stuff like in between categories. I love that. I love just being able to talk about one of my favorite things. So I'm glad that a lot of you guys are saying that you're having fun with it. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the nominees for Anime of the Year. We'll reconvene after. We'll discuss a little bit before I reveal the winner. But this is the big... like I said, if you guys have seen my previous ones, you know I like to do a nice hype build-up that shows what the nominees are. So, here are the nominees for Anime of the Year. So there you have it. There is the build-up that I always have a good time putting together, and the nominees. So here, I actually put together a little summary, which I didn't do last year, but I wish I did. So here are the 6 nominees, as well as how many times they were nominated, how many times they've won something, and what they won, if anything. So you can just kind of get a look at the nominees one more time. My boys got in. I don't care who wins no mo. So Apothecary Diaries had 14 nominations and won 3 things. Best Suspense, Best Female Voice Acting for Mao Mao, and Best Story. Dungeon Meshi had 17 nominations and it won 4. Best Antagonist, Best Supporting Character, which was the Lunatic Magician and Marcel for those 2. Male Voice Acting for Laios, and then Character Design. Frieren, with 16 nominations and 4 wins. Best Adventure, Cast, Guy for Himmel, and Soundtrack. Girls Band Cry with 10 nominations and 4 wins, which actually gives it the best percentage-wise. Best Insert Use, Best Insert Song, Best Animation, and Most Underrated. Hibike Euphonium Season 3, 16 nominations, 4 wins. Best Drama, Protagonist for Kumiko, Art and Sequel, and then Look Back, which had 7 nominations but 2 wins. The OST track and movie. So this is what I was saying was kind of different this year compared to other years, where in previous years, I might nominate like 35 different anime, and then like 15 different things will win. And of those 15, like only 2 or 3 of them win 3 or more awards. But this year, it was like a battle of juggernauts, basically. Like, I think there was 11 different winners total, which is still a good variety for 30 categories. But like, there were definitely juggernauts that I felt kept getting nominated and then kept winning. But it was a very even split, right? Like, everything... Look Back only had 2, but it had the least nominations of them. Movies tend to not get nominated as much by me personally, but I still really like it. So it's still eligible. And also, don't look at something with most nominations or most wins and think, oh, that definitely wins, because it had the most. My classic example of that is 2022, Bocchi the Rock. It only won 1 of the 29 categories before Anime of the Year. It won Best Comedy. And then it won Anime of the Year. So number of wins does not necessarily correlate to winning overall. That being said, this was definitely a battle of juggernauts this year. There was clearly certain anime that I was very, 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 very into, and they were like all duking it out with each other throughout the awards and taking wins from each other and just, yeah. I've seen none of these. I highly recommend every single one, Serby. Wildcard, I think, Look Back. I placed my bets on Hibike. All right, good predictions. I also, for people who are curious, after I have the Anime of the Year, like, reveal, I do have my ranked top 10 of the year as well. So you can see exactly my order of the final stuff, if you want to. But yeah, I loved all these anime. I gave every single one a very high rating. I was very personally invested in every single one for different reasons. I think, honestly, I could totally understand why anyone would pick any of these. But ultimately, there was one that I thought was a step above the rest and ended up taking Anime of the Year. Frieren for me, easy. Also a good choice. Hibike will win. Okay. 2 people think Hibike, 1 person Wildcard Look Back, and 1 for Frieren. All right. Nobody going for Apothecary or Dungeon Meshi or Girls Band Cry, huh? Apothecary for Judson? Okay. And Jack, okay. I'm thinking, wow, okay, never mind. 3 for Apothecary in a row. I do like suspense a lot. This is true. I didn't expect a flood of 3 in a row. There's also definitely categories that I kind of put more weight on, like, that I just personally am more invested in. So if it tends to win those categories, I don't want to say what they are necessarily, but there are certain things that I'm like, if it wins certain ones, that's probably more indicative that it might win the whole thing. Historically, I think the winner for Best Drama tends to do very well. I think like half the years, I think 4 out of 6 years, either the winner of Best Drama also wins Anime of the Year, or in Vinland Saga Season 2's case, it's the sequel to a previous winner of Best Drama that also wins. So, yeah, 4 out of 6 years, it was either the winner of Best Drama or an alumnus of Best Drama. Alumnus? Alumni? I don't know. Frost, my arch enemy. Like Girls Band Cry? Okay, okay. Believing says hurry up, he needs to pee. I kind of do too, actually. Alright, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to take an idle meeting. I'll be back in like 43 seconds, and then we can have the Anime of the Year reveal, and also I'll give my ranked top 10, and then that will be it. We're basically right there at the end. So if anybody else has a quick pee break that they need to do, or an idle meeting in my case, I don't take pee breaks, I go on idle meetings. I will see you very, very shortly. BRB. Okay, we made it back. That was definitely longer than 43 seconds or whatever I said. Oblivion is so high main. Once VOD is up, I am up for skimming through and getting timestamps. If you feel so inclined, Judson, by all means, feel free. Otherwise, I'll probably do it tomorrow on like my lunch break or something. Over 1:40? Damn, that was... I'm embarrassed at my performance there. Gotta have a talk with my bladder. I just finished my 4th drink of the stream. I've had a cup of tea, a bottle of water, a can of Sprite, and a full bottle of Polar Sparkling Frost Lemonade, which is lemonade with caffeine in it. Gotta stay hydrated. The caffeine is what's getting me, though. Caffeine turns me into a freaking hose, I guess. I don't know. We out here? Hello, Ezume. You came in right before Anime of the Year. Good timing. Welcome. Never gave you points, but minus 10. Done timestamps for online tournament vibes, so I'm used to it and have a system. Oh, nice. That does make it easy. Here are the 6 nominees, Mr. Ezume, if you were curious before it gets revealed. But I'm going to play the... oh, yeah. So the way I do it, I'm going to play that build up again, but this next time it's just going to flow right into Anime of the Year. So there's going to be no intermission or interruption. Once I switch over, you guys get to see the nominees one more time. And then you'll see the winner and my explanation. And then we will reconvene afterwards. I like how many different predictions we have. I like that it's not a clear-cut winner, with how even the split here is with the series that I liked the most throughout the year. But it's all come down to this. It's time. I can't keep beating around the bush any longer. Chat song off. Here we go. Free run idea, or free run for Esme. All right, I think that's like 2 free run, 3 apothecary, a look back, 2 Hibikes. Nice variety, nice variety. All right, here we go. Here are the nominees and winner for Anime of the Year. And the winner of Anime of the Year is Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Believe it or not, Frieren was the very first anime I watched in 2024, and now, nearly a year later, I can finally give it the award it most deserves. From its opening episode, I was moved by the bittersweet tone of the parting that sets the story in motion, and that feeling carried on through the entire series. Frieren is an anime that shows the meaning in goodbyes, how the journey that leads up to them impacts the people who part, and how the goodbye may be the end of their time together, but also of how the story continues after that goodbye. About how the quiet moments are just as important and memorable as the bombastic ones, and of how the everyday actions that can seem so menial in the moment can leave a lasting impact. Throughout Frieren's journey to Ende, she meets a large cast of characters who all leave their mark on her and her party in some way, and it's clear how Frieren influences the rest of the cast in turn. While the series is slow-paced, that slow journey is full of constant development and character moments, once again showing how the seemingly mundane can be incredibly impactful. Frieren herself is a joy of a protagonist, and the supporting cast is also a delight, with an incredibly varied group of interesting and enjoyable characters. There's a developmental push and pull between Frieren, her party, and the side characters, and it was really fun getting to know all of them and seeing how they helped one another grow. While the story and characters were undeniably the most impactful aspect of the anime to me, the phenomenal production values in every respect deserve recognition too. Beautiful background art makes the world feel alive and gorgeous to look at, character animation is incredible, the soundtrack from Evan Call is equally somber and uplifting, and voice acting across the board is superb. As a whole, Frieren Beyond Journey's End is absolutely incredible. An emotionally evocative anime that shows the meaning of saying goodbye and of the journey that follows it. I loved watching Frieren and the rest of the cast find meaning in their journeys, meetings, and partings, and felt the series and its themes of treasuring your time with the people around you and of not parting with any regrets were genuinely moving. Mix in the incredible production with the poignant themes and engaging cast, and there isn't a thing about this anime that I didn't love. The 28 episodes that make up Frieren Beyond Journey's End are a spellbinding journey that I truly believe to be one of the most meaningful stories I've ever experienced. A heartfelt, thought-provoking series that'll undoubtedly be remembered as a modern masterpiece.
だからもう一度生まれ変わろうともまた私はここを選ぶんだろうだからあなたとまた巡り合ったらもう離さない今を選ぶんだろう約束なんてなくても
Frieren. All things considered, all categories combined, Frieren takes the win for Anime of the Year. The lunch table gonna hear about this. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It was a very last minute thing. This is actually part of the reason why I had to delay it yesterday, but after I finished talking about Frieren, then I had the ED playing from the anime, if you've seen it, just with a clip compilation, and I started doing that because I had so many clips that I liked from the show that I wanted to use in like the write-up part that I couldn't fit in. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna play the ED song and I'm just gonna throw a bunch of other clips that I liked in there. And then it's like an ED to the nomination and winner itself. Yay, fun. I also love that song. Like I listen to that a lot. Really, really good song. What a stream. This has been amazing. Nailed this. So glad I joined in. Thank you for the amazing award stream again. The stream wins my stream of the year. Ooh, stream of the year this early, huh? On the lunch table gonna hear. Didn't even know how you can do half of this. A lot of time. Don't think I didn't notice use a clip with Ubel when I was talking about supporting cast. Yeah, that was a couple times I put her in there. Had to mention my girl. But thank you all very much. I appreciate the kind words. I'm glad that you guys have liked it. I mean, like I said, this is a big passion project for me, so people coming to watch it after I spent literally 130 some odd hours putting it all together means a lot. Especially if you guys have fun with it and chatting with me during it, and even if you find new stuff to watch. I mean, that's one of the greatest joys you can have, right? Is sharing something you love with somebody else, and hopefully they love it too. Yeah. We'll be watching that VTuber anime. Good. Let me know what you think. VTuber Legend. It's on Crunchyroll. But yes, Frieren, phenomenal every single way. I think I summed it up pretty nicely in the write-up. Nice voice crack. I don't really have any additional things to say about it, but it was just amazing all around. Thank you, Argoth. Thank you for the super. I appreciate that. Spectacular work and good taste mostly. Hey, I was able to give Dangerous 2 awards at least. I got you in romance and opening. What is a VTuber? That's a great question. I ask myself that every single day. Now the weight's off your shoulders. That's true. It is. I mean, it was a good weight, you know? Like, I get very stressed doing everything related to this because it's a lot of work, and since it's my passion project, like, I want it to be as good as I possibly can. But definitely the happiness I get when I can release it and show off what I've been working on and talk about all of it is the best part of it, and sharing it with everybody. So here is my ranked top 10 of the year, if anybody was curious. Oshinoko Season 2 at 10, Shangri-La Frontier at 9, Dandadan 8, Undead Unluck at 7, which might seem kind of out of nowhere because it didn't get nominated for as much and it didn't win anything. But unfortunately, it was one of those shows where, like, I always thought there was something slightly better than it in every category it got put in. So unfortunately, it was not much of a show at the awards, but I did really like it. Girls Band Cry at 6, Dungeon Meshi at 5, Apothecary 4, Look Back 3, BK Season 3 is 2, and Frieren at 1. Frieren would pat your head for all your hard work. I hope so. I would love a Frieren head pat. That would be amazing. I had multiple clips of her patting people's heads in that write-up. Me too, Frieren, me too. And that's it. That's everything I had prepared. That is the whole award. So altogether, I think the final stats were something like I completed around, it was 32 or 33 anime this year. 30 of them got nominated for at least one award, which is very good. I think almost every single thing I watched got nominated for at least something. 11 different winners. Frieren ultimately takes home Anime of the Year with 5 awards, I believe. If you, look back at this. Adventure, Cast, Guy, Soundtrack, and then Anime of the Year. 136 hours down. 46 minutes of footage edited. I don't have any stats other than that. But yeah. Subarashi Leo-san. Subarashi. Need the guy from ReZero saying that to me. Actually, I would never sleep if he said that to me. Yeah. That's everything I had. I don't want to keep you waiting too long. I know this was already a long stream, just over 4 hours to go through the 30 awards. So again, whether you were here since the start or you came in partway through or you had to leave partway through because of time zones or whatever, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for spending your time with me and indulging my passion project and letting me do this. It means a lot. I will post a little summary at some point, probably. And I will see you on some streams sometime this coming week. I'm planning on finishing Metaphor, which will be fun. And then next week should be, not this coming week, the week after, I should be starting some new games, which I've mostly picked out at this point. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for us. Thank you, Serby. Thank you, Cashew. Thank you, Jin, Josh, Esme, Armando, Jack, Zero, anybody else who I can't see. Argoth. Who else was in here? Draco. Tim. Oblivion. Judson. I saw Nivy earlier. I saw some new people came in, which was cool. We hit 700 subs this stream, which was cool. He said my name. He said the thing. Oh man. Thanks for the stream. It was great watching it again for another year. Can't wait for next year. Yes, me too. Hopefully I won't have to binge at the end of the year and I'll actually be good about keeping up with it. Now that I have my anime channel, speaking of which, if you guys haven't seen the announcement, I have a second channel now. At Leo's Anime Corner on YouTube, youtube.com. I don't have it linked in my main page because apparently you can't link to a channel if it has no videos yet. So, unfortunate, but I am planning on doing more like anime content. So if you like this type of thing, if you like the pre-recorded like write-ups about anime, if you like that style where I'm just like giving my thoughts or reviews or thought pieces on things or, you know, seasonal videos, all that kind of stuff, I'm planning on putting those on the new channel just so that it doesn't like all mesh together on one channel. Like this will stay streams and the other channel will stay like anime videos. Oh yeah, Cashew, thank you. I probably should have just pasted the link in myself, but I forgot. So if you haven't subscribed, if you're interested in this kind of stuff, I might be doing reactions at some point as well too. I need to figure that out with my schedule and editing and all that. But yeah, anime content over there. But yeah, so I think that's about it. Did Outlaw Star win? Unfortunately, it did not. But I'll give it an honorary win just for you, Tim. The honorary Tim Award gets the Outlaw Star nod. But yeah, thank you all again. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great night, and hopefully I see you next time. Until then, bye-bye.